Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, and I will now call to order the meeting of the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners. The time is 9 o'clock. Our first order of business, we have an agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda?
I have none.
Okay. And then if our county attorney, Brad Benning, will ask us about conflicts of interest, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to make sure that you're all aware that you have business to do today, and that regarding that business, I want to confirm that you don't have any conflicts, financial, personal, or otherwise, that would prevent you from dealing with the business that's before you here today. Thank you, Commissioner.
I have no conflicts.
Commissioner Merriman.
I have no conflicts.
Thank you, Commissioner Hollingsworth.
Okay, being no conflicts, we'll go on to public or press comment. It's limited to 3 minutes. Our county manager, Ray Rears, will be keeping time. He'll notify you when you're at 2 minutes, 30 seconds, at which time, if you could please wrap up your comments. Do you have anyone signed up?
For general comments,
Yeah.
Marie Mornis.
Oh, okay. Okay. Marie, I'm sorry, let's do,
Me to speak.
we're going to do a point of interest, though. As a commissioner, we do have commissioners' comments at the end of the meeting.
I understand that. The last time I had commissioners' comments at the end of the meeting, there was no one here to hear my comments. And that's why I'd like to be as a citizen today to talk about. My name is Marie Mornis. I live on 108 Fox Road, Blackhawk, Colorado. I would like to make a clarification on the letter that I sent to the local papers about my opinion on the benefits of the Blackhawk IGA. Before the start of the Blackhawk City Council meeting on March 27th, Manager Ray Rears told me that the BOCC had a letter to present to the City Council. He showed me the letter on his cell phone for me to read. It was a multi-page document with graphs. It was impossible to read on such a small screen and within a short period of time. I gave the cell phone back to Ray, and he asked if it was okay if I was okay with it. Seriously, he wanted me to give my approval on a letter I had no input into or could not read. My response to him was, I don't care. He then gave the letter to the City Council council members before the meeting started. The letter was presented as being from the Board of County Commissioners, but I was not asked for my opinion by either Mr. Rears or Commissioners Berruman or Hollingsworth. If they had asked me, I would have recommended we get an estimated expense sheet for more realistic days of operation for the recreation center from the Parks and Rec director, instead of using an expense estimate for 84 hours per week. If they had asked me, I would have suggested we put a sunset date on the $1 million Blackhawk offer for 2 to 3 years. This would allow us to see if the funds received were a benefit to the citizens of Gilpin County and the county budget. But I was not asked for my input. Unfortunately, this type of interaction with me is not uncommon, whether it is a minor thing like removing my edits on meeting minutes or something major like input on an IGA. I ask that this administration improve the communication with me and keep me informed of any discussion or decisions made without my knowledge and input. Thank you for your time.
Yes, I would have questions, because it seems like Commissioner Mornis, you were making comments in regards to not your letter to the editor, but comments on the Board of County Commissioners and the operations. So I was just wondering how.
I'm
So-
just going to reply to, we all received it by email. We all received it by email. None of us wrote it. It was written. It was a draft. We all were given an opportunity to comment. So I just want to let you know that the opportunity was there, as it is with everything that goes out from the board. We have an opportunity to comment. We either choose to or not. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other public comments?
Kathleen Balfour.
Morning. My name's Kathleen Balfour. The address is 392 Tchaikovsky Road. I was just going to add a little comment about Marie Mornis's comment. I know all things are sent out to the board beforehand and everybody gets to look at them. However, I have the feeling, and I have seen it in this board, I have seen it by sitting in the audience numerous times, that we've got a little democracy going on here. Democracy. The definition of democracy in this case would be two wolves voting on what's for dinner and one sheep. Two wolves telling one sheep what's for dinner sometimes. I kind of get the feeling that Marie Mornis's comments are not heard. They're not asked for. We are actually a constitutional republic, and a republic is more of two wolves telling a well-armed sheep what's for dinner. So the well-armed sheep definitely gets to have her say, and she gets to have her say as a citizen as well. So I appreciate you letting her, as a citizen, have her say today. And maybe we can keep hopes in changing our democracy back into a republic, and having her being able to contest that vote sometimes, because when it's 2-1, sometimes, you know, the one that's doesn't get her vote is always out. So having her being able to contest that vote is always a good idea. Thank you.
That is all that's signed up.
Okay. Okay, having that done, public comment is now closed. We'll go on to the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I just want to confirm for the record, no one online wanted to speak either.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yes.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the consent agenda as written.
Do you want
Okay.
to say what it includes? or-
Including,
Okay, including approval of March 2024 Treasurer's end of month report. Mary Lorenz Treasurer, approval of the first quarter 2024 Department quarterly reports, approval of meeting minutes for April 9, 2024 meeting, Lindsay Denton, Deputy Clerk to Board.
I second.
okay, having a motion in a second. All in favor of adopting the consent agenda? Aye.
Aye.
And the consent agenda is adopted 3-0. And we'll move on. We have an employee recognition shout out award. And John Combs. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners, Attorney Benning,
Morning.
Manager Rears. It is with great pleasure that I want to give this shout out award to our employee George Baker, who on March 15th, 2024, George assisted the Gilpin County Sheriff's Office and Alpine Rescue by opening 1.7 miles of Missouri Gulch Road to help rescue a stranded resident. George responded with a chained up front end loader, plowed through 5 feet of snow, for over 2.5 hours to assist Alpine Rescue in the rescue of our citizen. So thank you, George.
Great. Thank you.
That's pretty.
I think Shannon has a
Yeah.
picture.
Let's see.
We have a framed one.
A little fancy. Here we go. And thank you so much, George. We appreciate it. We have so many great workers here, and this is just a prime example. We appreciate your hard work.
Are we good?
We're good. Smile. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
That's all right. Me.
Okay, and now I'll call Kara Campbell from Jefferson Center. Is she online? Okay. It's for the proclamation of Mental Health Month.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank
Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, it looks like my camera I'm not allowed to show my camera, but thank you all for the invitation to be here. It is an honor. My name is Kara Campbell. I'm the manager of Mountain Services for Jefferson Center. On behalf of everyone at Jefferson Center, from our dedicated board and staff to the wonderful people we've had the privilege to serve, I want to thank you for declaring May as Mental Health Month in Gilpin County. Mental Health Month has been a cornerstone of advocacy since it began in 1949, serving as an important way for us to start conversations about mental health, breaking down stigma, raising awareness, and providing critical resources for mental health care in our community. As a nonprofit community mental health center, Jefferson Center is deeply committed to providing comprehensive mental health care, substance use treatment, and a wide range of resources to support the well-being of our community every single day. Each year, we touch the lives of more than 27,000 people, thanks to the power of partnerships like Gilpin County. Through these collaborations, we strive to make mental health care more accessible by meeting people where they are. Maintaining good mental health is fundamental to overall well-being, and it is something that affects all of us. Mental health conditions are common and treatable. In fact, 1 in 5 people will experience a mental health condition in any given year, and challenges in life can impact anyone's mental health. Despite the prevalence of these challenges, many people will not seek help due to stigma or lack of awareness about available resources. This is where your support of Mental Health Month becomes truly invaluable. By raising awareness and combating stigma, we create a community where seeking mental health support is met with empathy and understanding. As stigma fades, more people will feel empowered to seek the care they need, reducing suffering and strengthening our community's well-being. Gilpin's longstanding support of mental health is absolutely vital, and we deeply appreciate your recognition of Mental Health Month and your ongoing partnership. None of the important work we do would be possible without your support. Thank you once again for your commitment to mental health awareness and for standing alongside us in creating a healthier, more resilient community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's see. Would one of the other commissioners like to read? Pardon?
Do you want us to read it or just adopt it?
Would you like to go ahead and read it? You take turns.
Sure. Who's going to start?
You want me to?
Yeah, go ahead and
Certainly.
start.
Proclamation in support of Mental Health Month in Gilpin County, Colorado, May 2024. Whereas good mental health is essential to the overall health and emotional well-being of all children, youth, adults, and families, and promotes a healthy community. And whereas nearly 1 in 4 people in our communities experience a mental health condition each year, and whereas more than 17% of individuals in our communities experience substance use disorder each year, including alcohol and drug use. And whereas the lack of awareness of where to seek support and stigma against mental health conditions and substance use disorders prevents many people from accessing care. And whereas when mental health problems and substance use disorders are detected early and treated, people can recover and maintain a healthy and independent life. And whereas increased focus on the prevention of mental health conditions and substance use disorders among children, adolescents, and adults through screening and early intervention helps reduce suffering and improve lives.
Do you want to share? Or
And whereas,
I thought we were going to each read some of it. Are you going to read the whole thing?
yes, I guess I'm almost done. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just thought we we're going to, she said we we're going to read parts of it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Good. Do you want me to continue?
Oh, okay, please.
Whereas it is imperative that all members of our community, irrespective of age, gender, expression, sexual identification, race, culture, ethnic background, education, or economic status, have equitable access to essential care, support, and services for mental health and substance use conditions. And whereas the County of Gilpin is dedicated to improving the health and well-being of its citizens and employees by increasing awareness, ending stigma, and focusing on the integral role of mental health in all our lives.
Okay. And now therefore be it resolved that the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners do hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as Mental Health Month and call upon all citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to commit our communities and resources to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, providing appropriate and accessible services for all citizens, and making mental health a priority. I'll open for a motion.
Chair Bruman, I move that we adopt the proclamation in support of Mental Health Month in Gilpin County, Colorado, May 2024.
I second.
And having a motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
And the proclamation is adopted 3-0. Thank you, and thank you, Kara.
Thank you.
And then we'll have Cody Carroll from the Gilpin Ambulance Authority. Morning, Cody.
Morning.
Morning.
For the record, my name is Cody Carroll. I'm the Chief of Gilpin Ambulance Authority. You all have or should have received a letter that came from the Department of Public Health and Environment. There is a large set of new EMS regulations that'll go into effect July 1st of this year. One of those is that counties are required to either opt in or opt out of the option to provide an authorization to operate in their county. There's really no set definition for how that process is supposed to go. It is essentially that you opt in or out, and then you determine the process from there. I would encourage the board to opt into this. The benefits of that being that it allows us to control who is allowed to initiate pre-hospital care of a patient inside Gilpin County. Otherwise, in the past, there have been issues with private agencies who have their own dispatch services and things like that coming out into Gilpin County without our knowledge. And it has caused some serious operational issues in the past. They've even gone so far as to request helicopters without even telling us. So as you can see, that would be a bit of a problem. So essentially, all we have to do at this point is opt in or out. The process for how we do an authorization to operate can be determined later. I would also encourage you all to not make it too terrible of a process, simply because I would not want to discourage our mutual aid partners from also obtaining authorization to operate. Clear Creek County is doing a similar process, and we'll be obtaining authorization to operate there as well.
So the other organizations you mentioned would be like Black Hawk Fire.
So this is specifically for transport providers. So this is only emergency medical transport providers. So this would keep, say, so AMR or American Medical Response, they have their own dispatch center. Some services similar to AMR will have like a subscription service where a person can I guess Kaiser would actually be a better example. So Kaiser will have contracts with these private transport providers, and their preference will be to call their contracted transport providers to have them come and transport the patients out of the county. What ends up happening there is you have patients who will call for a seemingly benign symptom, and what is actually going on is something much more serious, but their care is delayed because this transport provider is coming from the metro area when normally they would call 911 and we would be there within 10 to 15 minutes.
Thank you for explaining that.
And this is separate than the bill that was passed last year that had to do with secure transportation. I guess it was.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
Yes, ma'am.
separate.
Okay. Then, so we need a motion to go ahead and,
I think it would be important for clarification, because the last time the board discussed this was the state was shifting, where currently the county licenses the ambulance authority, and that there was a shift where it was going to shift to all the state mandated program July 1st, and it sounds like they're backing away from that.
It's not necessarily that they're backing away. So we'll still be licensed through the state. The difference would be that basically Gilpin County would be allowing transport providers to operate within the county. If we were to opt out of this as a county, then essentially any transport provider could scan our radios and start showing up to our 911 calls.
okay. So opting in means that we clarify who we allow
Yes, ma'am.
to come in
Correct.
to do this. Okay.
So the request is direction from the board as to how you would like to proceed. We have until July 1st, so we have some time if you want to opt in or opt out, with the recommendation to opt in. So
I guess if we do this as a resolution sometime between now and July, is that too prohibitive? He was indicating he didn't want to be that too restrictive. I having resolutions or I guess
So
understanding that.
really all we need from a resolution at this point is to opt in or opt out. We can determine how we want to perform that authorization afterward.
Thank you.
I don't believe we have a resolution prepared for today.
yeah, this was intended just for discussion, informational.
And we have time.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and-
We actually can't opt in or out until July 1st.
Okay.
I believe that the deadline for opting in or out is September or October.
So
Oh.
that'll be, because I know last year we adopted the inspections to go till June 30th to comply with that. So we would do this after that, is what you
Correct.
just said. Okay.
So you're going to come back to the board with some recommendations on how to communicate that information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. And then I guess, and that also will specify which of our partners, like say from Clear Creek and that,
Correct.
will also be allowed to transport in Gilpin.
Correct.
Okay, okay, great. Well, thank you, Cody, for
Yeah, thank you.
clarification.
Just the point of clarification, the board would like to opt in, is that correct? When we bring something back?
Yes.
that
It
how we
sounds
drive
like,
it?
yes.
Just making sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Okay. And now we'll have a presentation from NOCO Places 2015 regarding the mapping project.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Steve Coffin. I'm Executive Director of an organization called NOCO Places 2050 that Gilpin County has been a member of since our inception. Thank you so much for this opportunity this morning to talk with you and give you an update on NOCO and also talk about our mapping. Just real quickly as kind of to set the ground here, because it's been probably 4 years since I appeared before you to talk about NOCO. So I wanted to just set the foundation here about who we are. NOCO is a collaborative of public land agencies that I'll explain more in a minute that has come together to address a challenge that the northern and central Front Range mountains of Colorado are facing. And that challenge is increased visitation, increased recreation, basically the loving Colorado to death kind of dilemma that we're seeing. And the impact that's having on the environment, on wildlife, and on that Colorado outdoor experience. So the basic notion behind NOCO is to blur the bureaucratic boundaries between jurisdictions at the federal, state, and county level and collaborate. It's that simple. Implementation is more difficult, but the concept is simple. So with that, if we can go to the first slide, this is who we are. And forgive me, I'm going to be looking over my shoulder here. Oh, thank you. Perfect. So I know where I am in the presentation, and please tell me if I'm going too slow, if I need to speed things up, because I know you all have a very full agenda today. This is who we are, eight land agencies, 2 at the federal level, the Arapahoe and Roosevelt National Forests and Rocky Mountain National Park, 1 at the state level, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and then 5 counties, including yours, and 4 others. The map on your right is the map of our geographic area of scope. And then that group of 8 we've got has formed an executive committee, which I'll talk about here in a second. That's our decision-making body. Their decisions are guided by and informed by a larger group of stakeholders and others called the NOCO Partners. It includes a number of subject matter experts in things like outdoor recreation and mountain biking and the environment and what have you. This is our executive committee membership. It includes the forest supervisor from the Arapahoe and Roosevelt National Forest, the park superintendent from Rocky Mountain National Park, and other leaders, including your own commissioner, Commissioner Hollingsworth, who has served on our executive committee now for a couple of years at least. So thank you, Commissioner, for all that you do for NOCO.
Thank you.
This is our mission statement. We collaborate to protect and conserve cultural and natural resources while providing equitable access and a quality recreation experience for current and future generations. Our history, we've been in place since 2018. We're now in our 7th year of operation. We came together, like I said, out of this concern for the impact of increased visitation and recreation on our mountains. We were united by 2 things. One is a desire to preserve and protect what makes this region so special. And 2, a recognition that the solution requires a landscape scale approach. In other words, not just one isolated area, because if you fix that problem, it's going to go over to another area, but a landscape scale approach that involves all jurisdictions of federal land management. We signed our MOU in 2019, our first MOU, updated that in 2024. And that was one of the foundational pieces we put in place early on, was that MOU. Other things we did was we've got a website. We've got governance document that lays out how we operate. We operate by consensus. All parties have an equal voice and other conditions like that. These are our core principles. I won't go over them in much detail, but you can see them there: collaborative, holistic, inclusive, proactive and deliberate, adaptive. We've got to be able to adapt our management approaches, and financially sustainable. But I really want to spend most of my time talking about our areas of focus and specifically our mapping stuff. But let me go through some of the other areas of focus first. We've got an equity, diversity, and inclusion work group that includes EDI staff from each of the 8 agencies. You can see your representatives there. We've got Gabrielle Chisholm and Rob Gutierrez. And that group gets together to share best practices, to share challenges each agency is facing on EDI. EDI is a priority for NOCO. EDI, the executive committee decided early on that there are 2 priorities, 2 overarching priorities that should impact every decision we make, every action we take. One is climate change, and the other is equity, diversity, and inclusion. So this is a big priority for us. So we've got this work group formed. They meet roughly every 6 weeks. And we're going to hopefully come out of this with some collective things we can all do together, or find areas where we can partner between agencies to promote EDI practices on our public lands. Communications and common messaging is another priority, and you can see your representatives there, Melanie Blyler, and again, Rob Gutierrez, who shows up on all these. And that group gets together. That again is communication staff from each of the 8 agencies. And it's based on the belief that if we all speak with one voice, we're going to have more impact than if each of us speak with our own individual voice. Obviously, everybody has their own communications, they still do, but we look for areas and issues we can collaborate on to communicate one message and get it out there. And I'll talk a little bit more, if there's time, about some of those communications campaigns. But we've done some wonderful things with that group. Unauthorized trails. We want to have a better understanding of where unauthorized or social or illegal trails, whatever you call them, are in the NOCO region. 4 of our 8 agencies feel like they already have a good understanding of where those unauthorized trails are in their jurisdiction, but there are 4 that want to know more. You're one, Clear Creek, Boulder, and the Forest Service. So those 4 come together, and we've hired a contractor that's going to be out on the ground this summer, evaluating where those unauthorized trails are, why they're there. And then we're all 8 of us going to get back together and say, okay, do we want to do something about this collectively? Do we want to take a shared management approach to this, a shared enforcement approach, or do nothing? It's up to the group. So that's unauthorized trails. And you can see there, Commissioner Hollingsworth, and again, Rob is on that one. And then there's additional pilot projects we are exploring. I want to spend most of my time now talking about the one big effort we're working on now, and that is developing a conservation and recreation vision for this region. This is going to be a shared management philosophy that all 8 jurisdictions will adopt, embrace, implement in their own plans. NOCO doesn't have any kind of authority to tell everybody, you've got to go do this. So each of the agencies will come to agreement on what that vision is and then implement it through their own plans, like the Forest Service is about to get started sometime in the next year or 2 on updating their forest management plan for the Arapahoe Roosevelt. They'll take this vision and incorporate that in that. That's an example of how these agencies will implement this vision. There are 4 sets of data or tools we are using to develop this conservation and recreation vision. One is core topic research. We spent the first year of COVID doing a deep dive research into 12 topics that are important to the long-term management of public lands in this region. Things like climate change and the impact on forest health, and trends in visitor use patterns and recreation changes, things like that. Brought in subject matter experts from across the country, spent 4-hour meetings with them, with the executive committee and with the NOCO partners, talking about these, learning. And that was really important because, as you can imagine, you've got the Forest Service, who lives and breathes these issues day in and day out. But there's other jurisdictions like yours, like Clear Creek, like others, that don't and need to understand these issues better. So that helped establish a common level of understanding of some of these challenges and issues. So the learnings from those are going to help inform this conservation recreation vision. A second one is our conservation summary map. I'll talk about that in a minute. Mobile phone data is another one I'll talk about in a minute, and then our stakeholder focus groups. So those 4 tools are being used to develop this vision. So the conservation summary map. This is a map that is going to help inform Well, basically, it's this. It's a map of the biodiversity assets in the NOCO region and the relative sensitivity of those biodiversity assets. So let me just show you the map here. You can see the map on the right. The darker shades of purple or blue are areas where there's a tremendous amount of biodiversity assets. And those are areas where we really need to be particularly careful about what we do there. The converse, however, is not true. You can see some white areas down in the southwestern corner. That's actually Gilpin and Clear Creek County areas. And what we learned, I'm just going to fast forward here. What we learned is that that's an area where there's not enough data. It's not that there's no biodiversity assets in those regions. It's we don't have the data. It hasn't been researched. And so you all, working with Clear Creek, I think successfully just applied to GOCO for a grant to help get that stuff
did,
studied.
yeah.
So that's going to be important and help fill in those gaps. There were probably, I don't know, more than I think 500 elements that went into this map. And by elements, I mean things like birds and various species and plants. And I mean, it was exhaustive. And I come to this as a layperson. I didn't know what an ungulate was until I went through this process. I'm still not sure I can explain what an ungulate is, but there was a ton of information that went into this, and these were weighted to reflect our values, and we did this as a collective group. So that is a very important tool, and in fact, so important that the state, I think, is just through GOCO actually adopted a grant, approved a grant to do this on a statewide level. We are kind of as a footnote or aside here, part of Colorado Parks and Wildlife's Regional Partner Initiative, where they're trying to kind of mirror what we're doing statewide. And this tool is now going to be available to all those RPIs across the state that are trying to do something similar to what we're doing. So we were really kind of a leader in this. So what we learned, the data gaps, like I mentioned, the biodiversity connections, and the opportunities to share data, and more importantly, probably the opportunities to collaborate. Where are there opportunities? Because NOCO's sweet spot is the cross-jurisdictional collaboration opportunities. And so this really shows what some of those are. The second tool, or third tool rather, that we are using is mobile phone data. The executive committee, working with its staff, identified 70 hotspots in the NOCO region that we went out through a grant from CPW and acquired 2 years worth of mobile phone data to see visitor use patterns. And so it's kind of crazy what you can track with mobile phone data these days. A little bit big brotherish. It's all anonymous, but it's kind of striking just how much you can learn from this stuff. So this gave us, this is an important tool because it gave us a region-wide perspective of what's happening. It helped us understand better visitor use patterns. And the only other way to kind of get some of this data is if you're out on the ground doing these on the ground in-person surveys that are really labor intensive and tough to do. So this gave us a lot of data in a relatively efficient way. This is the dashboard that was created. And Lindsay, I don't know how to, if you can click on it and open it up, I think. No, go up. Oh, sure, you can try that. Select an entity. This may take a second to load. I apologize. And if it takes too much time, I'll just jump over it. Okay, go to Gilpin County. You have to scroll down a little bit right in there. There you go. So this gives you an example of what the 4 areas that you all identified as areas that you wanted to get research on. If you pull up Missouri Gulch Road. And then if you scroll up, Lindsay, please. No, go to the right and then, sorry, up to the upper. There you go. There you go. No, quite all right. If you see select a view, you go to visitor origins. Oh, you can see it's up. Visitor origins is up. That shows you where visitors to Missouri Gulch are coming from. Most of those visitors are coming from Gilpin County, some from out of state, but that gives you a good sense. And then if you'll scroll back up again, Lindsay, to the other filters, go to trends over time. And this shows you seasonal variation. And then if you go up to demographics. Okay, skip that one. Go to one of the other ones. Cross visitation or dwell time, it doesn't matter. This tells you where else those visitors are going. So there's a wealth of data in this, and I encourage you, this is on our website. Commissioner Hollingsworth can get you the link. I can get you the link. But I'd encourage you to delve into this because it's really informative. You can learn a lot about people coming to your county and where they're going and what they're doing. And if it would be helpful, I'd be happy to set up a meet. The group we hired to do this, RRC Associates based out of Boulder, this is what they do. They're experts at this. I'd be happy to set up a meeting with them if that would be helpful for them to really do a deep dive on this stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the dashboard. The final tool we're using is input from stakeholders. We completed in January of this year 16 stakeholder focus groups. You can see the whole list there, but we tried to cover the whole gamut of users on our public lands. We learned a ton from those focus groups. We learned about what values they share, what concerns they share, what are unique concerns and desired future conditions of each of those groups. We tested possible management approaches, timed entry, for example, or closing down trails, or a whole bunch of them. We've got their pros and cons and their perspectives on those, and got their desires for near and long-term priorities. We learned a lot from those focus groups. So this is where we are in the process now of developing this vision. We've gone through all 5 of those steps. We are deep into step 6. We have our executive committee meeting this Friday where we're going to talk about that, a draft that the staff has developed of this vision, and we'll go from there. Why is this not advancing? Again, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, there we go. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Do I still have a couple more minutes, or are we?
Yes, certainly.
Oh, thank you. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right. I wanted to just take a second to talk about the communications stuff, because there's some really exciting stuff we've got going on here. We've got our communications subcommittee. I talked about our common messaging. Most of that common messaging is focused on stewardship practices. We're going to be spending a lot of time communicating the conservation and recreation vision. Here we go. We've got a story map that I'd encourage you to look at. That kind of gives the whole picture that I'm trying to convey today in a much more compelling kind of way. It's on our website. So I'd encourage you to look at that. These are common messaging campaigns. We have some phenomenal videos. We've got a great communications consultant who's been helping us for a few years now. She developed some fabulous videos. There's one in particular that I'm particularly proud of, and it's one that talks about, it interviews a whole diverse group of people, asking them, why are public lands important to you? And it's a really moving video. So I'd encourage you to take a look at it.
And Steve, so for Gilpin, Gabriel Chisholm was in that.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Thank you. I forgot about that. That's right. That's right. It was a great video. But this is what I wanted to mention with, and I think this is pretty much the end. This is our latest tool that we're going to be launching here in about 2 weeks. It is a tool that is targeted towards tourism agencies and tourists, and it's intended to communicate land stewardship practices that people, when they go to visit these spots, should practice, and also is going to tell a visitor, if they go to a particular spot and it's crowded, it's packed, the parking lot's full, whatever, they can pull this up and find alternative places to visit. And I don't know if we can you pull this up? I think there's a way to, I can't remember where it is. Yeah, it's not going to show up. There are 2 places that you all wanted to have in there. So if a tourist goes to those icons on the right on that map, you can click on those and it pulls up information about the place, about what you're going to see at that place, and the kind of good stewardship practices. The 2 places that your team wanted to have included in there were James Peak Wilderness and the Maryland Mountain Ports Valley, that I'm not familiar with, but in any case, those are your 2 spots on there. Melanie Blyler was very, very helpful with all that. So that's going to be something we've got a QR code. We've got these stickers. We're going to be going all over the place that we can with that information. So tourists can just pull that up and learn about what they should be doing when they go to these places and where else they can visit. So I believe with that, that's everything.
Is that information unique to each of the locations or is it general?
Unique to each location. Yeah, this is a very exciting tool. We're really excited about this.
Like the informational, the do's and don'ts and kind of common courtesies that I think a lot of people who haven't spent a lot of time outdoors, but are now starting to, especially with dogs, having animals. I have always had dogs but I'm always surprised at how many people, just little things. I know we had taken our kids years ago up fishing to a pond. Everyone was around fishing and here come people with their dogs and they start tossing sticks and things for the dogs to fetch in the middle of the pond.
Yep. It's a,
And there went the fishing.
that issue about dogs came up in virtually every stakeholder group we did. It's a big problem. So I agree with you. Thank you for that.
Do you mind if I just add? One reason that Gilpin County is so involved in this group too is because it's a regional approach, but it's also through the processes, then I'll have discussions with our emergency manager, sheriff's office about impacts. So a big goal for Gilpin County is to reduce the impact on our first responders, in Timberline, because that was really the biggest challenge, was so many recreationals coming and actually blocking access. So if they needed to go in and do a response, they couldn't get in. And then on the map that you just showed that's coming out, main reason we picked James Peak Wilderness is to help educate the public about the difference between Forest Service public land and wilderness areas, because there are some clear distinctions in the protections and the uses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mapping, I think mapping is what really is why I was asked to come here today. So I really would encourage you to play around with those mapping tools, both the mobile phone data and the conservation summary map. And again, I'm happy to set up any kind of meetings with the people who really know this stuff well, with you, your team, anybody, if it would be helpful.
And part of that mapping, you said, we'll also be looking at trails, those that have
Yeah,
been
authorized trails.
established, and then people who've gone off trail and making those as
It's
well.
amazing what some of the jurisdictions are seeing on unauthorized trails. In Boulder County, there was a report recently where some mountain bikers were taking bulldozing equipment up and making their own trail. And there was a picture of a bike frame pounded in a tree that was a directional sign on this trail. So it's a growing problem in the region.
Again, a focus for us on the unauthorized trail, because we don't have public lands that we manage except for the 1 mile trail by the recreation center, is to identify around the periphery of public lands where people are trespassing on public property without permission. And if there are impacts, and then in speaking with the sheriff's office, the people parking on county roads where they shouldn't be parking and then just going into the woods. And sometimes that's disturbing to our residents, and sometimes it has impacts on law enforcement.
Yeah.
Steve, do you have a card, business card? you could
I
give us, or
believe I do.
Lindsay, or at least?
Sure. I
Thank
think I
you.
do. And I really want to thank Gilpin County because you all have been part of this since the very beginning. So I appreciate, prior to Commissioner Hollingsworth, it was Commissioner Watson. I just appreciate your longstanding commitment to this. It's important, and it's a regional approach, and you guys are right there in the region. So really appreciate your ongoing support for this.
Thank you.
Is Larimer County collaborating with any of these jurisdictions, or they have their own program? or-
No, Larimer County. So it's one of the 5 counties. So it's Larimer, Boulder, Clear Creek, Gilpin, Jeffco, and Larimer.
But the information about the cell phone information is just the lower southern counties, or it doesn't include Larimer?
It includes Larimer.
Includes everything.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's great that it goes from far north all the way down through Jefferson as well. That's comprehensive.
So if the board is interested, and it's probably good for Steve to know as well, and anyone listening, this is on the website, so you can access this data on the county website. If you go under elected officials, Board of County Commissioners, NOCO places, and so you can find all of this data. We keep it up to date.
Excellent.
Okay, great. Well, if there are no more questions, thank you so much.
Thank you all
That
so
was
much for the
interesting, and
opportunity.
we appreciate you
Thank you.
keeping us updated.
Thank you.
Okay,
Mhm.
now, okay. The Board of County Commissioners will now conduct a public hearing for Resolution TUP-24-1. Today is Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, and the time is 9:49. Rob Gutierrez, the Community Development Director, will present.
Good morning, Commissioners.
So just a point of order, this is a public hearing, just for reference.
So I have Jim Crawford here from the Gilpin County Historical Society. He's coming for his annual temporary use permit for their cemetery crawl event that they hold just up the road, just outside the city limits of Central City. And I'll let Jim explain their plans for this year.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is our 35th annual cemetery crawl, and this year we're doing it at the Oddfellow Cemetery, which is up on the corner of Eureka, Upper Apex, Baldwin, that corner there. Operations are the same as previous years. There's some parking up there. We'll also use the teller lot and run a shuttle up there. The cemetery crawl itself starts at 11 o'clock and usually runs between 90 minutes and 2 hours. We generally expect 200 people, sometimes maybe up to 300. A lot of that is weather dependent. A bad forecast for the day seriously impacts participation. That's about it.
Okay, is there anything else? Okay,
And then, this was heard at the Planning Commission on April 9th, 2024. They voted 8-0 to make a due pass recommendation for this TUP.
okay. And we will now open the hearing for public comment. Do we have any public comments?
I don't have anybody on here.
And is there anyone online? No?
No.
Okay, and then the hearing is now closed to public comment, being none. And we'll have any commissioner comments or questions.
I just want to congratulate the Gilpin Historical Society for putting this on, being committed for 35 years. That's a long time for an event. And you probably have experienced everything and anything that comes to you. So you've been able to adjust as time goes on,
Right,
even the
right.
weather, I guess.
Is we do it rain or shine, so, it's not an event you can reschedule. And the same's true with the creepy crawl. Last year, we got hit with snow on the last day, which
Oh, no.
Yeah.
hurt attendance, but, it's very routine for us to put this on. So
And
it's a fun day.
Yeah, and it's very popular with not only locals, but I know there's very people from down below who are fans and always make sure to come up
Right,
for
we
these.
do have a following, both, local and down the hill.
I always think when you come back year after year to get this approval, it's too bad you have to come back year after year. But on the other hand, it gives the opportunity to tell the public about it and that it's going on. And I know you have such a commitment to history. And so I appreciate that.
And
Yeah.
see, then we also, hopefully in the press coverage, we'll get that little blurb.
There you go.
Press coverage.
Enough time to be pressed.
I see on the proclamation, you invited the board personally, so I thank you for that. I hope I'm able to attend.
Yeah.
That's great, thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll now stand open for a motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt resolution TUP 24-1, approving a temporary use permit for the Gilpin County Historical Society's annual cemetery crawl.
I second.
Okay, having a motion in a second. All those in favor? Aye. And the resolution is adopted 3-0.
Thank you very much.
Great,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Jim.
And this public hearing is now closed at 9:54 a.m. And then we'll go on to the next. Let's see. The Board of County Commissioners will now conduct another public hearing for resolution number TUP-24-2, approving a temporary use permit for the Fall Raven Classic event. And Rob Gutierrez will present. And could you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, my name is Trevor Harcourt. I'm here representing Field Athletic. I believe Matt Samanda is the applicant here, and he's on Zoom with us, but I'm here as a representative.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So this, I think, is the second time that we've had this event occur. We did a temporary use, is it the third time? Yeah, I thought maybe in 22, but my memory's a little hazy. So third year in a row. It mostly occurs in Boulder County. It's going to be July 23rd through July 26th. We held a public hearing with the Planning Commission on April 9th, and they voted 8-0 to recommend do pass to you on this temporary use permit. We've, in the 2 years that we've done this event, we've not received any complaints or had any reports of issues that community development's aware of. So.
Okay, thank you. And would you like to explain a little bit about the event?
Sure, yeah, it's a 3-day trekking event where we take people just about 30 miles through, starting from Gilpin County, heading right over the Continental Divide. And it provides a really great opportunity for people to kind of have an introduction to backpacking. We have medics on staff. We have campsites set up and designated. We have some presentations with Leave No Trace. So it's a really good educational and introduction to backpacking through some of Colorado's beautiful nature. And concludes back down at a large field, and we just enjoy with some local Swedish food and things like that to kind of celebrate Fjällräven's history. They do these classic events all over the world, and we're proud to represent the United States version of it.
Great, thank you. And let's see, we'll now open the hearing to public comment. And do we have any public comment signed up?
Yes, this is Trevor.
Oh, okay. And anyone online?
No, Commissioner Brewman.
Okay. And being there is no public comment, the hearing is now closed and open for commissioner discussion.
I did make a note here that there were some positions that weren't filled yet as far as the organization, and now I can't find my comments here, but they had to do with security issues. I think I'm looking at the right document here. Let me just give you a moment. Yeah, it's not a page number, but it's under organization. And you have to be assigned the security officer, safety officer, public information officer, liaison officer, and the legal officer. And do you normally fill those, or those are typically positions that you don't have, or are that going to be working on that? Or if you could answer the question, I know you're a substitute.
Sure. Well, yeah, I just got word too that I believe the documentation needed is actually in that packet. That's what I heard. I know Matt is with us online as well, if he has any additional comments on it, but I believe the documentation is within the application as well, needed there, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. I don't know if that's some information that we want to get. If it's not, I didn't see it in the document, but to get the who the contact information, who the contact personnel are in those positions. We can.
There are some contacts. I'll just say that the first time this came to us, we really put them through the ringer, asking a lot of questions about medical, safety, parking, if someone got altitude sickness or just they couldn't endure the distance of it. And they had really prepared for everything we could throw at them. And since this is, the third year they're doing it, I would assume that everything will be put into place, and it's not until July. So I think there might be some gaps in particular specific names, but it doesn't mean that that position and that need won't be filled.
I'm
Yeah,
not, I'm
just
not,
given their
that's fine,
history.
that's not going to be filled, but I think that information is important, especially for our OEM director to know who to contact. So if we can get that information. it's
Yeah,
good.
we can make sure we follow up on that. They've been really good the last 2 years, this year and last year, about getting it to us very early. Like they started discussing this with us like in March, just because they know our timeline, with the noticing and the hearings can be quite long. So I'm sure that's kind of why they don't exactly have every role assigned, but we can make sure that we follow up to get those.
I can jump in here. I actually just saw a message from them that there is actually not positions for this specific event because it's a smaller event. That's actually for a larger scale event. So I don't think the security positions are filled or needed for the event at this scale. That's what I understand. So hopefully
Okay.
that makes any more sense.
Yes, so that they're not intending and joining.
Correct.
Okay. Well, and having 2 years under your belt, I'm sure you've kind of got a feel for some of the challenges that come up,
Absolutely.
especially in the high country.
Yep.
Good. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, then Chair will entertain a motion.
Okay, Chair Bruman, I move that we pass resolution TUP 24-2. This is approving a temporary use permit for the Fall Robin Classic event, which will be held between July 23rd and July 26th, 2024.
A second?
Okay, having the motion in the second, all in favor?
Aye.
And resolution TUP -24-2 is adopted 3-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and so this public hearing is closed at 10:01 a.m. And then we'll move on. The Board of County Commissioners will now conduct a public hearing for resolution 24-71, approving a special use to the Church of the Front Range. And we have Rob Gutierrez, the presenting. Is there anyone? If you could introduce yourself, please.
They have a, yes. Okay, so this is a special use, petition for a special use. Our applicants are Tim and Sarah Rasmussen. This is a parcel on Virginia Canyon Road, about 5,800 Virginia Canyon Road. They are seeking a special use to allow for construction of a church on vacant land that they own. Religious organizations are permitted in resource residential zone with the granting of a special use. We had a public hearing on April 9th with the Gilpin County Planning Commission. They certified to you a do not pass recommendation, which you have a copy of. I received a letter yesterday from Mr. Sean Hannigan, who you have decided to work with to help you with your petition that is requesting a continuance to at least 60 days from now, which would be June 25th would be 56 days, or the BOCC meeting on July 9th would be 70 days. And I think they're looking for more time to conduct a community meeting and kind of modify their proposal based on the feedback that they received at the Planning Commission meeting. So that's entirely up to the board if you would like to seek continuance based on the petition that we have before us. Staff have delivered a findings of fact to you that is recommending denial on this special use. Do you have any initial questions for staff on the request for continuance or our findings?
I don't. You gave us a very thorough packet,
Right.
very large, so, which really explained a lot of the thinking from the Planning Commission.
Mhm.
I understand the Planning Commission had requested additional information, which they have received, but they haven't had the opportunity to review. So I think,
Did
like
they?
the insurance information.
No, I don't think
Did-
they've received all the
I
information.
thought, well, we had everything that was submitted at the time of the hearing.
Probably was
I
available.
will say that, in the staff report that went to the Planning Commission, staff said in their recommendation that we were recommending denial, but if the commission found it necessary that staff would support a continuance of that hearing with the Planning Commission, should the commission decide that, additional information could be obtained or they send the applicant back, but one member of the commission in particular said in the meeting, like, I don't think that there's really anything, I don't think there's a point in a continuance because I don't think there's anything that could be brought that would change the decision as far as because of the peculiarities of the parcel and its location. But we do have the applicant here. So if you want, he can maybe speak to their desire to do a continuance and why. And
Yeah.
Oh,
I also, because you asked, I'd like to allow the public comment to happen today.
Okay.
Thank you.
yeah, I think that's important in terms of even considering a continuance is to hear from, I would assume, residents.
So a point of clarification, I think it's important if you want to take public comment now that you open and close public hearing either today or keep it open for the date if it's continued to give the public another opportunity if you do choose to continue this or not. It's your decision whether you want to accept that. So just for the public comment and to give anyone the opportunity to comment either now or for the next meeting, if that happens. Second point of clarification is the resolution 2471 actually states approving, and staff recommended for denial. The planning commission recommended for denial. The text, the now therefore supports the case for denial. So if the board wants to move forward with it, a suggestion is to change from approving to denying a special use SUR 2301. So just 2 points of clarification on that.
Okay, okay, let's see, let's go ahead and give you a chance to speak.
I've worked with Rob in the last, I don't know, year trying to get this done. This is the first time I've ever done this. I have, since my meeting, I have hired a consultant to help me find my way through this to get the answers that need to be answered. I wasn't sure what needed to be done. So since I've hired this gentleman, he's agreed to help me pursue this and answer all of the answers that you guys need answered from the planning commission as far as building, water, septic, roads, stuff like that. So I've hired a consultant to help me with that.
Okay,
That's why there wasn't a lot of information in what we uploaded before, because we weren't sure exactly what to do because we've never done this before.
okay.
And I didn't know there was such a person as a consultant that does this until afterwards.
Okay, that's good. Um,
And
Okay.
Sorry. And you're Mr. Rasmussen?
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
okay. And so we will now open the hearing to public comment. And we have
people can come up and
signed up.
Rose. By Hosmer.
Rose Hosmer, 250 Russell Gulch Road. I was at the meeting April 9th and spoke and agreed with the committee, and I'd like that to continue. I don't know who Sean Hannigan is, what this is about. They did have information in their handout about the water, about the sewer. They had plans that were basically kind of incomplete, but they said they were going to have a tank, 16,800 gallons of water and all this stuff. And that wasn't really why the committee said or denied putting this forward. I don't know who Sean Hannigan is. That's a new name. Mr. Rasmussen was at that meeting. There were 4 people, and I regretted that I didn't say, they didn't give their last names. They didn't give their address. I just did. We had Tim, Brian, Sarah, and Jim. I would like you to take the recommendation of the committee and stop this now. I don't know what else to say. If we need, if we have to come to more meetings, we will, but I'd like not to, and I'd like you to help us. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Rose.
Let's see, are there any other people in the room to comment? No, okay. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you could just sign and then Introduce yourself and your address, please.
Commission. My name's Casey Pruitt. I live at 5778 Virginia Canyon Road. This will, actually, I'm probably the one that's most affected, due to the fact that they're actually planning on building right on the property line. So it would actually be 30 feet off my porch. I'm gonna keep it kind of short and sweet. I think there's a health and safety issue, obviously, with the road and having that kind of, people on the mountain. I would just highly request that this be denied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Is there anyone else?
My name is Maisie. I live up in Russell Gulch. The roads are completely washed out as it
Could we
is.
have your name? I'm sorry.
Maisie D. Ray.
Maisie. Thank you.
And your address, please.
188 Alps Hill.
Okay.
So we're up there in the community. I feel like the reason that we move into these communities is to not have two-story buildings built right on our property line, is to not have these kinds of people. Not that they're that kind of people, but just the cluster of the amount of people. People come to the mountains because they want the freedom, they want the views, they want the experience. Those roads are annihilated as it is with the 30 of us that live up there right now. The county does not maintain our roads. We do. When we get snowed in, that's our machinery, that's our fuel, that's our money that goes into maintaining these roads so that our community and our neighbors can get in and out of their homes. I don't foresee the county wanting to pursue that and to put any more money. They don't want to put money into it now. Why would they do it then? I don't think it's beneficial for what's going on up there. I think there's a lot of other places that would be more beneficial for what they're trying to do and accomplish. And I would wholeheartedly think that it should be denied. I don't think it's anything that anybody that's in that close vicinity and in that close community understands, supports, or wants. And I think that that's a big deal for the people to be heard. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Maisie. Let's see, is there anyone else? The audience, is there anyone online?
No one online, Chair Bruman.
Okay. Pardon? Just a minute. Yeah, being there are no other comments, public comments, the hearing is now closed to public comment, and we'll now have commissioner discussion.
I would like to follow up on the recommendation from the Planning Commission. Their recommendation was to deny because of the size of the building, the use of the building, the large gathering of people in that area. And they also had issues with road maintenance, et cetera. And their recommendation is it doesn't fit with the interest in the community to have a rural atmosphere, to have that type of gathering area and that large of a building in that area. I think coming back now, I'm bringing up issues of water and access was addressed by the board as well, the Planning Commission. And I don't see anything that they're proposing now that would change the recommendations or the decision-making process of the Planning Commission. So I think it should be denied.
I would agree. I think that because we were given such detail about the discussions and that this was a lengthy process. It wasn't decided in a couple of planning commission meetings, but there was a lot of discussion. There's an opportunity for the applicants to provide more information and address concerns, and just never got there. But I think that sometimes when residents are really opposed to something in their area, that we listen. It doesn't always mean that we follow what they ask for, but because this is a very large metal building that doesn't really fit into the local environment, and there are definitely concerns with being on a dirt road, sanitation, water. I think that there's just so many reasons that were outlined that it just isn't the correct spot for that. And then there were examples of 2 other religious locations that were approved in Gilpin County because they just were a more suitable location for a large building and for people coming and using the building. So I agree. I just don't see that it can get there, given what we were given.
And that's all concur. I also have serious concerns about, I mean, being familiar with the area, with the roads, with water and sanitation, as well as, they did state that they plan on being open 7 days a week, 9 to 5, and that's a lot of wear and tear eventually as they build up activities and all on those roads. And also that is, a residential area. And, they're right, people do move to the mountains to be in a quiet residential mountain rural area. And I think and it was originally sold to people as private property, not as commercial property as well. How large is that?
It's 3.2 acres approximately. And I think that the size of the parcel is kind of an issue because, the structures, the commercial structure will probably be visible from neighboring properties pretty clearly and from the road. With our 2 other special uses, for an assembly type structure that we've approved, they're not visible from the state highway because they're much larger pieces of land. So I think that's definitely a component. When it comes down to compatible with surrounding uses, character, and community facilities, I don't think the site plan that we have now demonstrates that it is. The construction type is something that will be quite unfamiliar in the area, and I don't think that there was much work put in to mitigate that, such as the landscaping or the facade of the structure. So I think that's definitely a concern.
Right.
I think,
Well, and there are 2 structures.
yeah,
The
a
larger
primary
one and then
accessory.
the accessory also is, a concern. And just looking at the way it's set, there is just exactly the 30 feet, from.
Yeah.
There's not much room or leeway there for even any kind of landscaping to mitigate.
I think the important thing too in this petition and, going forward, is anybody seeking to do a commercial type structure off of, unimproved county roads that are, largely dirt or aggregate. I just don't know how we get to a yes with those type of situations because we've never done that before. We don't really have much commercial development off of unpaved roads in this county. Our commercial areas are limited to 3 areas. So I guess that's the hard thing is if we go, okay, how do we get to a yes? We'd really have to figure out on the design of the structure and how it sits on the lot and then mitigating those traffic impacts and the conditions of the road. We've never had a development that addressed that, through a program where they help pay to improve the road or something of that nature. So, and then that would even if they said, okay, we'll help you improve this road, which in this situation would be quite costly. What about the long-term impacts of maintenance of that road and repair down the road? How would we account for that? So I think it's challenging to get to a yes for commercial uses in many areas of the county.
Well, yeah, and there are other churches and that are in urban areas. They're not in a rural area. So I don't think they're familiar with everything that comes with that, being in an urban area. And yeah, the roadways, and then too, if for some reason first responders need to get up into that area during rainy season, snow and all, it's difficult as it is. So I think that would put even more of a burden, because I know that is a concern, that area. for first responders, both fire and ambulance.
I noticed too that it said that they would require a buffer along the entire property line, so I'm assuming that means a fence or some kind of
Yeah, it could be
screening.
fence or screening is
Yeah.
required. So there's the standards for approval of the special use, but then there's also the developmental standards for commercial development, which I think in the staff report kind of illustrated, like, we're not showing that we're meeting all those right now. And we don't necessarily have to for special use right now, but it's like before a building permit's issued, they will have to. But I think it would have been helpful if they were shown to kind of, show that we are like adequately mitigating, the impacts. So I
Yeah.
think, in the planning commission meeting, there were, a lot more residents that spoke, and some of those concerns were about just, and it's true in this area of the county and the southern portion of the county that we do struggle to provide emergency services, and many residents spoke to that, and, they know that because of just the staffing levels that we have with the sheriff's office. So those are other concerns, like you mentioned, just being able to get there in an emergency.
Right. And, those always happen in the worst case scenarios.
And-
So just,
And with the emergency response, big part of why some of the county roads aren't county maintained is because they're not the proper width, for the equipment to go up there and such. So it's just, unfortunately, a nice idea in the wrong location, and that sums it up for me. But I also saw that here, it says that they potentially would have weekend retreats, and so they could be operating 7 days a week, when they're fully
Yeah, and
staffed
that's
out.
kind of, in the
Yeah.
materials is also kind of lacking. That's something that I believe that we spoke to them, and I speak to every applicant with on special uses and temporary uses. It's like, give us the full lowdown, like how many people, when is it going to occur? How is it going to occur? So that you can kind of demonstrate like the level of impact and the level of service that you would need. And I think we're a little spotty on some of that. We don't really know how many people. The operation isn't entirely clear as far as its intensity. A lot of concerns were brought up too of, where are these people coming from as far as, like, is it attracting people outside of the county? And then are you going to be having a lot of people who are driving through this area that may not be familiar with the area? There's a lot of, and there's not, we don't, obviously, the road's not paved, so we don't have streetlights or anything of that nature. And our signage is also kind of limited. So just getting through that area at night or during harsh conditions could be challenging.
I want to reiterate, I don't know, it was Commissioner Broome or Holmes where they indicated that the county has approved on this type of a business or a religious building elsewhere in the county, but they met the requirements not being seen from the road and not interacting with their neighbors as much as this one would. So it's not like we're against having churches here or it's just that it's not meeting the requirements of what the county would like.
I think if somebody's gonna seek, especially use or rezoning for an assembly type commercial use, whatever it may be, movie theater, amphitheater, church, school, anything, that we would probably say that you need to be adjacent to one of the state highways or be able to substantially improve the road from the state highway to your property. I think that'd probably be the best guidance going forward. For any use that's assembling more than 25 people at a time.
I also was trying to visualize, they said that ultimately they would start with dirt parking and move to paved parking, and it would be 38 parking spots with lighting around. And I was trying to visualize how many spots are at the T lot. Because the upper lot isn't even 38, and that's significant. So if it was a huge parking lot with lighting around it, I think that would be another way of disturbing the people in their private residences.
I don't think we have any examples of lit parking lots that are probably more than 500 feet from a state highway,
School?
but they're right off the state highway.
right. Yeah, everything's
Yeah.
pretty much off a state highway that would.
It'd be big and bright, I'll
facilitate that.
say.
We've looked at recreational uses of much smaller impact. We had a special use last year, but that wasn't really associated with the construction of new structures or, talking about a lot of people. So again, it's just something that I don't know if the county can accommodate without substantial improvement of infrastructure.
Mhm. Do we have any other questions
I
or
have no further
comments?
comments.
So it's seeming like we do want to go ahead and just vote on the actual resolution itself.
That's the motion on the table.
Yes. Okay.
Just changing that one, changing the word as recommended on the resolution. So it's not saying approving. County Manager Rears, that's what you suggested earlier. The resolution starts with the word approving. We'd have to change it to denying or.
Denying.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be the only change referenced to this point.
Okay. Okay. Then the chair will stand open for a motion.
I don't have the text in front of me, so go ahead and do that.
Oh, chair, if you want.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to deny a special use SUR-23-1 to the Church of the Front Range located in the 5,800 block of Virginia Canyon Road, parcel C, created by BLA-20-02 R114859.
I second.
Okay, having the motion in a second. So all those who are in favor of denying the resolution?
Aye.
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 And so the resolution is denied, 3-0. Okay. This public hearing is now closed at 10:26 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
And having the public hearings finished, we'll now move on to Resolution 24-76. And we have Shanda Johnson from Human Resources Director and John Combs, Public Works Director.
So as Director Johnson and Director Combs comes to the table, this was the direction the board gave me, staff at the last meeting to move forward with this particular action. So that is why it's coming before you today.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good
Okay,
morning again. So we're coming before you to request some funding for two road and bridge public works workers. These would be both positions would be a temporary, full-time temporary position, but benefit excluded because it would be a 6-month temporary position for both workers. These workers' primary duties would be to assist in the culvert maintenance around the county, installing new culverts under the direction of an operator 2 or an operator 1, and cleaning and maintaining the culverts that are around the county. And I believe we have approximately more than 1,800 culverts throughout the county that are the county's responsibility, the road and bridge departments to maintain. And currently we have 600 of them on our list that need some form of maintenance, whether it's a flushing out of the culvert or actual end replacements because they've been hit by a plow or a grader, things of that nature. So there's a real need. The county, in our history, we used to have summer maintenance workers that would come on board and they would work throughout the summer months and into the fall. And we've gotten some good, valuable employees out of that pool. They get a chance to learn what road and bridge and public works do on a day in, day out basis. And we get the opportunity to see what kind of worker they are without any long-term effects. So that is my request. Chanda has some figures that she's worked up.
Yes, so to hire these two individuals on an ongoing basis seasonally, it would currently be a minimum of 36,108 to the midpoint of $42,494 to add these two members to staff.
And this is not budgeted for this year.
Would this be covered in part by salary savings from vacant positions?
We do have openings and the Public Works team has had openings, but I'd say Director Combs has to speak with that because we have not been fully staffed at many times.
Yeah, it wouldn't cover the entire cost, but we have had some openings ongoing through personnel that have left different positions.
Okay, so part of that could be used.
Part of it would already be covered in the salaries that have not been paid out by those vacated positions.
Okay.
But you don't know what that amount's going to be until those positions are filled, until that time.
Correct.
And about how long has it been since you've been able to concentrate on doing some of the culvert work?
We do hit the most impacted ones that are causing major road damage. So we have kept up with a few, but it's been more than 12 years since we've actually had the summer help that actually assists us in having a designated culvert crew that their primary job day in, day out is to go out and take care of culverts.
I didn't realize it had been that long. I wanted to thank your staff for bringing this up when we had the listening session with them. I think a big part of our role as commissioners is to support staff and help them get the resources that they need. So I'm glad that you decided to bring this to us.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So did you see this as an ongoing request as far as put it into the budget permanently, is to have at least 2 part-time seasonal workers?
Yes, I would request it in my 25 budget and moving forward for years beyond that, pending the funding being available, being made available to us.
This will have catch up 12 years worth of, for
Yes.
other less prioritized, I guess, culverts within.
Yes, Madam Chair, it would
Okay.
definitely be putting us heading in the right direction to, the drainage is one of the most important items in road maintenance. Without proper drainage, you can end up with some real issues.
I know later in the agenda, we're being asked to allocate the local assistance funds and the remaining American Rescue Plan funds. And I'm just going to pose the question if we might tap into some of that to help cover this expense as a consideration if needed.
That absolutely could be up to the board's discretion. And when we get to that item about funding, it could fund this position. It would be only for a certain amount of time, of course, and the need is reoccurring. So because the need is reoccurring, I would recommend to have the funds in the general fund as reoccurring, so we don't have a situation where where positions kind of fell off because the ARPA funds were no longer available or weren't allocated any further for certain positions. So absolutely, it's up to the board's prerogative when we get to that item. Yeah.
Okay, I was just thinking for covering for this year, whatever we can't find in the budget, that's budgeted to cover that.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I guess Gus's question is, do we have the money in the budget to put this
Yes.
there without having to go rely on a grant?
In the individual line item for staff and public works, it probably would exceed the staff line item, but overall in the general fund, we have the money from other cost savings that to cover this. Yes.
salary savings. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments regarding this? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion.
All right. Chair Berman, I move that we accept Resolution 24-76. This is authorizing the approval to hire 2 additional seasonal road and bridge workers to address county culverts with a cost not to exceed $42,494.40.
Well, that would be double that though, correct? For two?
No, that's for both
Oh,
positions.
for both. Oh, okay. Okay, and,
I second.
okay, having a motion and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
And resolution 24-76 is adopted 3-0. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you for your
Good luck.
support, commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll move on to resolution 24-75, amending the Veteran Services Officer position. And Janie Barker, Human Services Director, is here.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
We met in a work session a few weeks ago regarding some changes coming from the state regarding our veteran service officers position and needing to increase the number of hours so that he can become certified. And so I met with Director Allaire and went over some numbers with him and then put the resolution together. It's looking like it's gonna be approximately $13,000 a year to increase the number of hours that our veteran service officer works. And so we're just looking for approval to increase that and be able to pay him additional hours.
And this would be as of July 1st?
Yes, as of July 1st.
And are there any additional training costs, since he does have to have different type of certification as well as continuing education credits?
Those are all covered. I'm not sure if they use federal money or state money, but he is in the process of doing the training for the accreditation for the federal level. The certification on the state level, he has been doing that yearly already.
Okay.
And so that's not an increase. And so the training that he's doing for the federal level is paid for.
We did have a long discussion during the week's work session about things that he's doing now that he could actually apply towards his hours that he wasn't using before. So,
Yeah.
and he's confident that he'll be able to meet those hours.
Yes.
I noticed in the job description that you outline things that would be work duties, and that you put more emphasis on the required reporting, the submitting the applications, because that's what we were told by the state would be required. And that you said may provide transportation, so driving people around isn't really the intent of the accredited VSOs.
Correct. They can do transportation and he does have access to one of our vehicles in human services. So that is something that he does do. It's not a huge demand for that. And so it's not a huge priority in his work. I mean, it is a priority, obviously, if veterans need help getting to something, he can help them with that. Senior Services also does transportation, so sometimes they will help veterans as well if for some reason our service officer is not able to.
We'll go back to what we talked about. The state said the reason they're doing this statewide is that they've been covering for some VSOs submitting the applications, and they really do not want to do that anymore. They're really
Correct.
saying that's a county duty. Yeah, so.
Yeah, they, the state has been submitting applications for us to the federal government
Mhm.
for veterans to be able to get on their benefits. And they really want the counties to be more responsible for that. So that's part of why they are pushing and changing the statutes around what the veteran service officer needs to do.
Right. And I believe that bill that was introduced this year is passed and
Yes, and
going
signed.
into. yeah.
Signed, yeah. So-
It did get signed, yes.
So
So
Your
it's
direction
no
was clear.
return at this point.
No, at least we have till July to get started on it. And so, but our veteran service officer is ready to go and excited and wants to be able to serve his veterans even more, be able to submit those applications for them instead of having to send them on to somebody else.
Okay.
And we all appreciate his work that he's been
Yes.
doing. Yeah.
The good news, of course, is we have so many veterans in Gilpin County that are not being serviced right now. And so the expanded hours will really bridge the gap and hopefully connect them with needed resources. So all in all, it is of benefit, though it does cost the county. It is an unfunded mandate from the state, but it is a benefit for our veterans in Gilpin County.
They still haven't calculated out how much they are going to pay, correct? I know there was the proposal in the bill discussion to go to an hourly reimbursement instead of a half-time.
Correct. And they have, we actually are getting, I think it's around $10 an hour right now. And because he's still only working the 14 hours a week, the amount we're getting from them was cut almost in half.
Right. So
So,
it'll be an increased county cost going forward
yeah,
because of the way they structured it.
yep. But I know they're going to put together a committee to actually look at it further to make sure that it's more equitable to everybody. So hopefully in the future, we may get more funding, but we'll have to see.
Right. Yeah, they did talk about because I did believe some counties like El Paso have 8
Right.
veterans officers. And since we have the one or the part-time, yeah, to get that evened out. Okay, do we have any other questions or
No,
comments?
I just have, well, I'll just point it out because it's maybe just missing a word on the job description and the ability to bullet number 3. It says here. Do you have it?
I have it in here.
It just reads awkwardly, so it's no big discussion, but.
Okay. Yep, we will work on that.
And then, do we have the VSO on our appointment list in January? I don't think we do.
We don't, but we will need to do that moving
Right.
forward.
Yeah.
I have that
Yeah.
probably in July when we start the position. Before July, I'll have you guys come. We'll bring him before you and appoint him.
Okay.
Yep.
We'll make note of that.
Yes.
And he has to be appointed every 2 years. Or she.
He or she, that person. Thank you, Janie.
So every 2 years. Okay. Okay, so if there are no further questions or comments, I'll stand for a motion. I think it's your turn, Cindy.
Oh, I just did the last one. You want me to do this one?
Oh.
I can.
Your turn, okay.
Chair Berman, I don't know. I did the last one, but
Oh,
we'll just,
sure.
that's okay.
Okay.
Sure.
I wasn't counting. Say, Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt Resolution 24-75, amending the Veteran Services Officer position, not to exceed a cost of 13,000, increase salary expense, not to exceed $13,000 per year.
My second.
Okay, having the motion in the second, all in favor?
Aye.
And resolution 24-75 is adopted 3-0. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Janie. And now we'll move on to resolution 24-77, allocating and spending local assistance and tribal consistency fund. And Joe Alaire, our finance director.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning.
So I'm here to talk to you about the local assistance tribal consistency funding. Gilpin County received $100,000, $50,000 over 2 years to be spent. I provided you with an appendix, which is kind of the outline for this agreement. The high level of this is that it goes along. You could put it in the same conversation as ARPA funding, but it's not the exact same funding. There are less restrictions on this funding. It can be used for almost any sort of capital. The only outline restriction is that it's not used for lobbying. This funding also does not have the time limits associated with ARPA. That being said, it's still funding that theoretically at some point could be clawed back by the federal government if something were to change. So it is in everybody's best interest at this table to spend it as soon as possible. In speaking with some of the directors and county manager Rares, I've come up with 2 projects that I believe that would expend this funding in the current year. The Charge Ahead Colorado EV chargers is a project that will be complete within the current year. So yes, we put it in at 65,000. And then the Dakota Hill Towers, which in talking with Ryan is a project that should be completed this year also. There are some different estimate ranges for it, but we put it in at 35. It could go anywhere from 24 to 35. So there is a chance we would come back in the following year and allocate whatever's left. But this would allocate a majority of this funding for the current year to be spent within the general fund.
So for context for the EV charging, it's already 50% grant funded outside of this. And so this would make this completely outside funding for the EV chargers that would be installed in the library. And the Dakota Hill Tower was raised up because, as the board may recall, there was the congressional funding request, and that was the board's #1 priority, but it didn't fit well into the federal buckets. And so the county had to shift to an alternative project, but it is still a high priority. So the 35,000 would go towards this identified high priority of communications. So that was the thought process behind it. And this LATCF is generally associated with transportation. This is also why there was that tie-in with the EV charging to facilitate transportation in the area. So that was the justification behind this request for you today.
So we could use federal funds anyway, technically.
Yeah.
I remember this money coming through. This was, there was discussion in 2022 about reductions to our payment of lieu of taxes, Hill money. And so this was something that at the federal level, they agreed to do, was to give counties an extra little boost. So, but they did make it not officially Hill specific, which, as we know, supports the roads. And so that's why I brought up earlier the possibility of using some of this money to help pay for the culvert crew for this year, since it's unfunded. So it's an idea I'll just toss out there.
So the issue with that is the culvert crew will be paid out of the Public Works Fund. And this money was brought into the general fund. So there would need to be an orchestrated transfer of revenue from the general fund to the end, and you'd have to increase the expense. So there'd be a lot of notice to the state. My recommendation for this money is, if we want to pay for the culvert crew, which is to just absorb it into the Public Works Fund balance. That might require a notice of supplemental at the end of the year if the fund's over. I doubt it would at this point, although we have to, follow up with projections. There would absolutely be a notice required if we changed the expense budget for both the general fund and the Public Works Fund for such a, it's not a small amount by any means, but it is when you look at the overall expense budget for both funds. So I would recommend keeping this in the general fund.
Okay,
And I would
with those
add,
applications.
and I would add the 65,000 is budgeted under general funds to the 50% for the EV charging. So it's kind of coming, it's indirectly doing the same thing with the net cost savings to the general fund.
Well, I have not supported the EV station at any time we've had it brought up, and I'm not supporting getting the grant money to the EV station now. But we did, as a board, all agree that we wanted to support the Dakota Tower project. And when we applied for the congressional request funds, the project was much larger than the 35,000 that is being allotted for this year. It's my understanding that there was road improvements that had to be made and other issues that had to be done on the Dakota Tower. So my preference is to use this money to actually address all the concerns on Dakota Tower, not just the ones that we're planning for this year, and not support the EV station.
So I can only speak to the feedback I've gotten from what it would cost to fix the actual Dakota Tower is that they would have to start with the lightning protection system. And then they would want to do the work before the fall because the road can be shut in the fall for such substantial work. So that was the estimate I was given for what it would just take to fix the Dakota Tower. I did not speak to any of the, I was not brought in on any of the things that surround the Dakota Tower.
Jamie can
Yeah,
explain.
thank you. I was going to ask if we could call you
Thank you,
in.
Jane.
so.
Yes, my ears were burning. Thank you. So it's not just a matter of the overall project cost, which would be substantial, I believe, more than the amount that we actually have available. We had some conversations with Director Ryan Keenan as well. And it has a lot to do with the amount of time that we have to allocate and spend the funds and the amount of time that it would take to get through the various phases of this project. So they just don't line up. Basically, it would take us longer than we have to spend the money.
On the Dakota Tower project.
Correct.
So tell me what the estimate is now as far if we were to do the repairs, not rebuild the tower. I know that was one discussion at one time, but to actually do the repairs on the tower and the road to the tower.
I believe the budget has stayed the same at roughly 245,000.
So more than double than what we've got here. And then, but to use that 35,000 is for a project that can be started and completed within our timeline. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay.
That's for the air conditioning unit in there. Is that what this?
Lightning protection
lightning.
and then just upgrades to the tower, like repair of the tower. You have to do lightning protection first, and then you can repair the rest, and it should fall somewhere. It's a pretty wide estimate in reality, which is not something that's uncommon in estimates like this, but I think it's anywhere from 24 to 35.
So are you saying the project is 245,000 to do the Dakota Tower? That's what you just said?
For the tower and the roadway improvements.
Okay. And did you just say how much it would be without the road improvements?
I haven't looked at the breakdown in a while, but I believe that we had broken out about 150,000 for that. And a lot of these were sort of preliminary estimates as well. For example, with the lightning protection system, there's still an assessment going on to determine whether it can be repaired or if it needs to be replaced. So that line item is fairly variable. And I think Director Combs wanted to be able to look a little more closely at the roadway and see what kinds of options there were for the improvement. So that's pretty variable as well. But
So if we apply this to the Dakota Towers, where do you propose that we get the other 50,000 to 100,000? 250,000?
Well, I was wanting explanation for what the total project was and what it covered, because I know we had a discussion earlier and it was more than 35,000 of what was needed to be done.
correct. From my conversations with Director Keenan, it sounds like that's the amount of money that he thinks we could reasonably spend toward the project in the allotted amount of time.
So it would be a piece of the project.
Correct.
And just to clarify with the EV chargers, that was approved by the board. And not all decisions are approved by the same 2 or 3 people on the board, but that was a board approved project.
Were there any other projects that the directors brought up that, that you heard about?
I mean, not to meet this timeline. This seemed to be the main one for this. I mean, there's tons of projects. There's plenty of projects that are funded already in the budget. I was really looking for projects that would kind of meet the timeline and fall under, seem to be like in line with what the funding was there for in the first place.
Okay.
Shovel ready.
Yeah, and my only question with the EV charging, I know we'd had problems with timing and getting, I'm sorry, I forget, is that XL or United? Power to-
United Power there.
United Power.
So there's an agreement, I believe it's currently in the attorney's office.
We're done with that.
Okay, good.
We've completed that. That's, the contract with UV, or United is done. So that's been.
Oh, okay, so they're under contract and kind of ready to go.
Sounds like we're further along than we were last I heard, so that's good.
Okay.
And I do understand from Director Gutierrez there, so one of the requirements for their contract is that John Combs, I understand John Combs and Director Gutierrez are working on the conditions of that portion of the contract, which requires some finding where the lines are going to go and other things and do some work on that. And they're doing it in-house, I understand. So just that's where I learned recently it's at. But I know I approved the contract and finalized that, so that's done.
Okay, so that will be able to meet the timeline since time is of the essence here as well.
Correct. And the grant funding that we have also imposes an even more strict timeline than the funding that we're discussing today. So we should be well within the parameters.
And then coming further on the agenda is the ARPA money, which is a larger amount. So maybe we would discuss changing the proposed uses of that.
Well, the
Right.
ARPA money is even more restrictive.
Yeah.
So when we get to that, I can speak to kind of,
But it could be used for like the Dakota Tower.
I would not use the ARPA money for the Dakota Tower because the ARPA money allocations say it has to be allocated in 2024 and spent in 2026.
And you don't
So
think
if the project bleeds into 2025, and also ARPA money is far more restrictive on capital.
right?
If the project bleeds to 2025, we risk clawback. So.
Even though it's allocated, because it would be allocated.
But we're allocating it now for a
Right.
resolution in 2024. So we're allocating it in 2024. If we go into 2025 and it was allocated in 2024
Right.
and we try to reallocate in 2025, we're technically falling outside of the scope of.
Oh, if we don't use it for that purpose.
Right. So if, like, let's just say that in talking with Ryan, because I did just been talking with Director Keenan, I did speak about this. If we have an early snow in the fall and it shuts down the road and you cannot do the work in 2024, we sort of have two options. We can come back right after the budget is approved and try to do an emergency allocation for 2024, 2025, which I don't think is ideal, and I'm not 100% sure it would be okay. Or we could risk losing the money. So the ARPA funding is really, when you look at that, it's really directed at things that I've talked to directors about that are not capital, not salary, because we could allocate it to salary, but then somebody could elect way smaller benefits and we'd lose it. It's things that the county manager, Director Gutierrez, and other people have assured me will be spent in 2024.
It's hard because there's two different pots of money and they kind of, the discussion kind of bleeds together.
Correct.
Yeah. Is there any value in doing a compromise with this money and doing 50-50? Since we don't know the exact cost for the first phase of the tower.
So for me, the really, like, in my role, all I'm trying to do is get 100,000 allocated and spent, because this really is sort of a weird thing. If I give you $100 and county manager gives you $100 and you go to the store and you spend $100 on grocery, and tomorrow I ask you what 100 did you spend, mine or his, you're not going to know. You just put both in your wallet. If I give you $100 and the county manager gives you $100, so if you don't spend it in a week, I want it back, and you go to the store, you're going to spend his money before my money, because you just are, because that's the way this works. So for me, the value of the projects we're talking about, if it has value and it needs to be completed as a project, then we just have to fund it at some point. The value of the money I'm talking about and trying to get funded is money that I don't want the county to have to give back to the federal government, because the federal government's just going to give it to somebody else who's going to spend it. So it might as well be spent for the people of Gilpin County rather than the people of another county. So if both of these projects are worth doing and you're going to fully fund them both, then you could split it up 50-50 in the LATCF money. I broke it out this way. The rationale behind this is because the EV chargers seem like they will be done in 2024, and that gets that money out of the door, and it's money that we don't have to account for. It's less burdensome on staff because it's money we've spent. We can tell the federal government we've spent it. We can show them we spent it, and we can move on. The longer this money lays around, the more staff time it takes to account for it, to account on what we did with it, to account on how it was spent, to account on all of it. So I'm just trying to get it out the door, not wastefully, but on projects that the board has directed that, yes, we want to do these projects. So if you want to split it, we can. I think the recommended outline is the best outline.
I just ask questions and you answer them.
So, okay, well, and, like you said, it's a use it or lose it situation. So we want to make sure, since we have it, we use it and put it to good use. Also, if we do use it for the EV chargers, that does free up $65,000 of general fund money
In a
that was
way,
allocated
yeah.
previously, yes.
Was there any request for any work to be done in dispatch for any of their?
I received no request from the SO on this money.
And they were all requested, all the directors were requested to.
No, this wasn't necessarily floated to all directors. This was kind of me going through the budget and speaking with the county manager and looking at where I thought the money would best be used. Sometimes when you go to people and you say, I have money, everybody puts their hand up. And then sometimes in 2025, when I'm looking at like, why didn't this get spent? There's reasons and, usually good reasons. I'm sort of looking for, with this specific money, how do I kind of spend it on things that are either coming or have decided that really have a high priority of needing to be done.
So the,
Well, and Dakota Hill is a priority for the sheriff's office and dispatch as well, in terms of it directly affects
Correct.
their ability to do their jobs.
yes. So really the 100,000, again, it's transportation related. Commissioner Hollingsworth referenced the PILT reference of transportation, how we can move that money forward. And it just seemed logical to use this pot of money towards something transportation related. In my mind, EV charging is facilitating transportation. Generally, I know that the full board wasn't fully supportive of the EV charging moving forward. And their concern was using some of our general funds to support this effort. And this alleviates that entirely because there's no general funds, no county funds being used for the EV charging. It's going to be 100% funded through the outside funding for this effort. And then the amount was the 65,000. And then the other project is really because the board highlighted they wanted to do something for Dakota Tower. It was critical infrastructure, and we're really able to carve some parts off that project that we could take care of right away this year that were critical. And they referenced specifically what that was. And that basically added up to the 100,000. So that's essentially why it's coming before you to confirm if you want to allocate it towards these projects or not. So it is your direction here. This is just a recommendation of what to use this money for, but it previously had not been allocated. So we're looking for good use of these funds for its intended purpose.
And there's no hard deadline to use it. It's just the risk, because we know that that's been a threat out there for them to claw it back.
Yes, and reading else, yeah, there's really no hard deadline in there, but the ARPA funds there are, but there's no hard deadline on this. But it's sooner rather than later is my recommendation. The longer this money sits out there because of the era it was passed, the more risk you have in just getting it taken back. So.
The board at the time did a letter of support asking that it be allocated, at the federal level, because it was just kind of up in the air. So I know that when it was decided that counties would receive this money, even though ours is a meager amount because we're small, and it's based on the PILT we received, like, we were happy to get the extra funds. Yeah. All right, I think I'm out of ideas for now. For this one.
Questions? Any other further questions or comments?
No.
So you ready to try a motion here?
Yeah, I guess that's my turn. Chair Berman, I move that we adopt Resolution 24-77. This is allocating and spending the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. And this would be spending $100,000 allocated, $35,000 for the Dakota Hill project that's attainable this year, and the $65,000 for the EV chargers.
Okay, and a second?
I'd like to make a comment in that I still do not agree with supporting the EV station. But if we have to use this money, we would take it out of our general fund. And so I will, second.
Okay, having a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, and so resolution 2477 is adopted 3-0. Great, thank you. And then we'll move on to, let's see, resolution 2478, and this is the American Rescue Plan Act allocations.
So as we just spoke about, this money is far more restrictive and we are essentially on a deadline. The appendix you have before you breaks out what I would like to allocate this money for this year. The thought behind this allocation is things that I know are going to be spent in this year. So speaking with County Manager Rears, the Community Wildlife Protection Plan is both a priority for the county, and it's money that will be spent this year. It is the same allocation as it was in the last year. It's the exact same amount. Then the board supported giving money to Peak Rotary. We never heard back, so they didn't receive the funds. We heard back about a month ago. They would like the funds. They asked us to put them back on the list. They told me this time they'll definitely sign the subsidiant agreement and accept the funds. So I put them back on the list. It's up to the board's discretion if we add them. And then the other item that I put in there was, after speaking to Director Gutierrez, is the GIS contracting and community development. It was behind schedule last year, like the allocation, just their budget wasn't spent. This is a budgeted line item already, and he has assured me that he believes that he will have no problem meeting that allocation. So again, these are things, this money has to be allocated in 2024 and spent by 2026. Because we're doing it by resolution, and when our year ends, this needs to be spent this year or we risk giving it back. So everything on this list are things that the directors or the county manager has let me know will be spent in the current year.
Is part of the reason we have this balance is that Timberline didn't spend 100% of what we gave them, so there's a little bit that came back. Us talking about that.
Well, part of the reason, I think that that didn't come to mind, actually. I do think they spent a lot of the money we gave them, but part of the reason is because we had allocated to the sheriff's office for Central Square, and then we had received a pretty big grant for it. And then last year we had allocated the exact same amount for the Community Wildlife Protection Plan, and we didn't spend it. So that was $143,000 that was allocated and not spent. So as you look at the total of 2036, really those two things would be the majority of it.
But we also did, the county, we did receive a CWPP grant for partial. How much is the total cost for that project? And we received 100,000,
I believe it was 100,000 from the
right?
State Forestry Office.
So what's the total cost of that project?
I believe it's about 250,000.
Okay, and so 100,000 covered that, okay. And then I have another question. Senior living, we had allocated for surveying, and so they're not on there anymore.
$2,500. They didn't pick it up. They didn't sign the subscription agreement. My office wasn't the one to send that out, but they never picked up the money. So the money was,
And they're not interested in it? Or-
so the only reason we didn't actually reach out necessarily to Peak, we had heard back from them that they just didn't know about the money, and the person who would accept the money would work in the courthouse. So we had heard back from them recently that they didn't know they'd been awarded the money. So they're interested in it if we can allocate it to them again. So I told them that I couldn't give them the money. It would have to be reallocated because the expense deadline had passed for 2023 by the time I heard back from them. So they're just back on the list. It's up to the board whether you'd like to give them that money or not.
But again, it needs to be allocated this year spent.
Correct. So I have full confidence now that if we allocate them the $2,135 that they would pick up the check.
It was specifically for surveying, and in listening to the Central
This-
City, the senior living was specifically
Yeah.
for surveying, and they don't have a place to survey it.
Correct. So they just they never got the money. We never heard back from them. So we just kind of moved on.
So the 143,579 would cover the balance of the CWPP is what,
I believe so. I believe it's under 250,000. I think that's where that number came from.
and I know we had allocated 250,000, then we used that for the body scanner.
Correct.
So
The gym.
there's still balance left from that. So many
That was
moving parts.
last year. I think that was last
Right.
year.
And the body scanner can't necessarily fall into ARPA because it's capital.
But I mean,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
done,
correct.
'cause,
So
they
that's,
took that from what we allocated, right?
And to potentially confuse things more, but I think it's worthwhile to raise, because I know the board was invited to attend the Belvedere Foundation tour a couple weeks ago. They've made incredible progress, but they are very much over budget by over $200,000, and they're looking for any support. The board previously allocated, and they received 50,000. A lot of that was for their asbestos remediation that's been completed. And I know the board recently did the tour, so I don't know if there's any interest in giving them some portion of the ARPA funds. But I'm just throwing that out as a suggestion. I wish I would have had the conversation with Director Allaire before, so it's a surprise to him. But I just know that the board did the tour recently, and they're in need of the money, and it is definitely worthwhile, in my opinion, a community project.
I also was wondering if, I know we haven't reached out for requests from different nonprofits, but I know that the senior living group is still trying to move forward with their project to build the facilities somewhere with Central City. Is that something that we could approach as well? And I think the building there is a good project as well.
But I don't
So-
think they would reach the deadline as far as spending it.
so for me, I have no, like, I try to maintain, like, what is worthy and what is not my concern on this. It's really a board decision. It's a kind, I am fine with giving the money to Belvedere Foundation as much as you want of it, because I think what it sounds like is they'd probably pick it up this year. What I would advise against is trying to float this out, like, to nonprofits now in mass, because it's going to take time for us to get it out, spread the word, get applications back on another meeting to sort of suss out what you would like to do based on what applications you receive, and also weigh it against the CWPP and the GIS contract. And that's going to take time. And then we're going to start running into budget season, and we're going to start of 25, and we start to risk losing these funds. My ask would be, however you want to do it, we can do it now. If you want to allocate money to the Belvedere Foundation, we can change it and we can do that. That sounds like they take the money. What I'm trying to do, my only goal here is to not lose money for the county.
And let me just add to that, I think it's important that when there was the reach out for nonprofit, that took a lot of staff time, and it took a lot of time in general from beginning to end. And as the board's aware, we're going through some transition with staffing. My office doesn't have the capacity to start that all over again. So this is just a suggestion for one-off ones the boards identified previously to give them the additional funding. In this particular case, it's a sister city, a fellow jurisdiction that we have a tie-in and a deed restriction on the property. It just is a logical connection in that regard. That's why I identified the Belvedere. But I'm not recommending we open it up for nonprofits again, because we do not have the capacity to do that.
And I know there were some that we did not fund, but for reasons, we want to revisit the ones that already applied? Or do you feel like that would be, it wouldn't change the circumstance for why we denied them, given the application?
I just feel like if you open it back up again, not only, my staff doesn't have the time either, but I know.
It wouldn't be reopening, it would be revisiting the ones from before. No,
Again, that's not it's not really my call to make. I'm going to say that I don't think it's worthwhile based on the timeline of this money, that we really need to get this money out of the door this year. And if you know that the Belvedere Foundation, who's already signed a subsidiary grant, can really use it, and the board believes that they're a good candidate for this money, I'm all for it. I'm trying to get to 203.6. That's what I'm trying to do.
I imagine all of these would gladly accept. All of the ones we previously funded would gladly accept, with the exception of Eagles Nest, of course. But
So if we were to do something like that, we would have to have separate agreements again with each organization. Again, that's very intensive for staff to manage. This is referenced here of one local nonprofit that applied, presented, was notified they were awarded, went through the process, and still hasn't actually picked up the funds. So I really strongly recommend against opening it up for other nonprofits with that one exception. But again, it is the board's full discretion how they would like to spend these funds within the limitations that Director O'Leary's referenced.
I guess I just have a level of uneasiness about picking one off the list, and not at least discussing it.
I think that the provided allocation that you have in that appendix, the Community Wildlife Protection Plan, the GIS contracting, and the peak-to-peak rotary is things that have been identified by people that are needed, and things that will be spent in the current year. And I believe the funding is adequately put there, and I believe that it is good for the community put there. That, again, that's not what I'm trying to do. Like, it's not my job to decide what's good for the community, but I do believe that the plan you've been provided is well thought out.
And the Belvedere, that was a property that the county gifted, or what, how did they transfer that?
For a bag of popcorn, yes. So the county did deed it back to the city, and there's a deed restriction associated with it, that the building needs to be used for public purpose. So I think that's an important distinction as to why this is different than the other nonprofits, because the county still has a interest in the property.
Yeah, because we had originally obtained it through treasurer's deeds that were never redeemed.
So that's the only one that point of emphasis applies to.
Correct. On the list.
Yeah, because the child care center is not nearly ready to open. Okay. Getting closer, I hope.
I hear we do have the president of the new nonprofit board at the table, so maybe they could elaborate more as to where they are, but it's my understanding they are not ready yet.
All right. Do my fellow commissioners want to give money to the Belvedere?
I think it's supporting the Belvedere was a good idea in the past, and I think
Yeah.
it is too. It's a great benefit for the community. Has a great historical facility that I believe we should support, maintain.
How much would
How
you like
much?
I
to?
was gonna
Yes.
say how
How
much
much and
and
where
from
from?
where.
And from which? Yeah.
Well, I have a question on the Community Wildlife Protection Plan. Is that something required by the state?
Uh-huh.
So
Oh,
that
it is.
requiring us to have various different plans like.
We,
the housing.
yes, we need to have that plan so that we can apply for additional funding to target specific areas to lessen our risk for wildfire. And our current plan is old and expired. It generally needs to be 10 years or less. And so we need to update it so that we can move forward with important efforts in the community. So it is a critical plan. We need to move forward. My suggestion out of these 3 buckets would be lessen the GIS contract, say by 10,000 and give 10,000 to the Belvedere Foundation. Something's better than nothing. And then we already have the GIS contract essentially funded, if it goes greater than this, through the general fund. So that would be my suggestion, is lessen the GIS amount by 10,000, give 10,000 to the Belvedere Foundation. But again, it's completely up to you.
It's so the Community Wildlife Protection Plan has not been contracted. There's no RFP out for it.
It is contracted.
It has been contracted.
The
They're working
consultant's
on
been
it.
hired, SWCA. They've already started their efforts. There's been 2 or 3 meetings that just has kicked off.
It's in process.
Yes.
You know, the emergency manager and CSU Extension are 2 of the partners.
It was slightly paused because of the change in emergency management, but it is moving forward.
I would have only put it in there if it was moving forward. So it is moving forward. Just so everybody's aware, the GIS contracting is in the general fund for $100,000. So the use of ARPA funds would essentially just be an offset to what they're already planning on doing, and it wouldn't cover it all. So, you know, you can pull as much money from that as you want because you approved $100,000 budget for GIS. So.
But you also said that they didn't use all the money approved last year.
They did not. They did not come close. They did not come close to using their budget last year, but they do believe they're going to do it this year. They have a hot and they're already trending towards doing it this year. So that's the reason they're in there, is because looking at what they've already spent and speaking to Director Gutierrez, I believe that they would hit that. They would hit that 57 mark for sure. But if you want to pull money out of that and you believe the Belvedere Foundation is going to take it, that even makes it safer. So that's fine too. I would agree that that's the bucket we would pull from.
So talking to the county surveyor, who's also working with the GIS, and they're kind of tag teaming various projects. 2 projects that they're working on heavily that's moving forward is a better layout or survey and GIS and survey of Rollinsville, which was a topic of a recent work session, because the layout there is not less than ideal. And then the other project that they're working on is Dory Hill Road, which we identified from fire mitigation to determine exactly the right of way there. And surprise, surprise, they did find some right of way and they're putting it into GIS. So really the surveyor work and the GIS work are very much aligned. So I just want to highlight 2 projects of what's moving forward that you as the board may not be aware of what the 100,000 is potentially going towards. Those are just 2 examples.
And Timberline, we gave general fund community money to,
Correct.
100,000 for this.
It wasn't 100,000, it was less than 100. I think it was 50. I don't recall exactly, but it was less than.
Mitigation,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because
It was less because they didn't spend it all.
correct.
But we had also given them money for the chipper and the truck
Correct.
separately.
That was a separate ARPA allocation
Yeah.
last year.
Is 10,000 for Belvedere helpful, or?
The conversation with their manager, he said anything would help. They're over 200,000 over budget, and clearly they have a lot more work to do. So
No, I spoke with their treasurer at length, and she also stated that anything or, even to help them in terms of matching funds for possible grants.
Mhm.
We're good. I was thinking, I don't know if we could think maybe about 15. Might be a little more meaningful, but
Well, I think it's a token amount, but it's something. I was hoping we could take more out of the community wildlife protection plan, but that is well on its way. So,
The reason why that amount is such an odd figure is because that's how much the contract costs. So that's directly how much it's going to cost the county for the project.
I would recommend pulling from the GIS first,
Mhm.
because there's a lot more variability in that throughout the year. There's different things that could happen. So if we're going to pull money to give to Belvedere, I'm fine with whatever the amount is the board decides to pull, but I'm just recommending that we pull it from the GIS first. They
Yeah.
already have $100,000 in budget.
I'm fine with the higher amount because everything you said is that whatever we allocate must be used.
Correct.
We won't have the opportunity to reallocate next year.
Right. And
Opportunity to allocate will be done.
when I say that, the
Yes.
federal government could change their mind. I'm sure there's going to be pushback, but I don't want to be a county that is in that vicarious position of hoping that something changes. So for me, we have a relationship with Belvedere. It sounds like they've already signed an agreement in the past as if they're going to collect the money, I'm fine with whatever amount the board feels is good because it gets the money out the door.
Mhm.
okay, start at 10,000. Anybody want to go higher?
Let the bidding begin.
Yeah.
I think Commissioner Broom went
I had
with
said
15.
Said
15.
15. Yeah.
That would still leave 42, almost 43 for the GIS.
And again, that GIS money is really an offset.
Right.
We already allocated 100,000 for them within this year's.
I was very confident that he will be able to spend that GIS money this year that's been allocated to him.
We talked specifically about, I went to Rob basically, or Director Gutierrez, and asked him, hey, this is kind of what I have left. This is what you were allocated last year. Do you believe that you'll get to it this year? He said, yes. Any lowering of that money is probably fine because like I said, he's got 100,000. So if we change the allocation to say 30, I just have a higher degree of confidence that he's going to hit 30. I have a high degree of confidence he's going to hit 57, but the lower that number goes, the better off we are.
And this is April, so we have months to come back again if there's money that isn't being used by the end of the year.
Yeah, so we do, but I caution against that because, you get to the point where somebody's telling you they're going to spend the money and then the money's not spent and you're worried about it. I would really, and it's staff time to track. I would really want us to allocate now in this meeting with a high degree of understanding that it's probably going to be spent. And it sounds like the money, giving the money to an outside organization is a really easy way to spend it, so long as the board believes that the project is worthwhile, because once the money's out the door, the money's out the door. We have the agreement and they can do whatever they want with it.
Mhm.
10,000's on the table here. Any
Well, 15.
15?
Yes, I'd mentioned 15.
I was going to suggest 20, just given the uncertainty of the GIS, but I'd be okay with 15 if that's the compromise. Because like you said, once it goes to that entity, it's done. If it stays in-house with GIS, there's still the risk it may not be spent.
Correct. We can say we spent it. We can report to the federal government that we spent it, and we have the subscription agreement. They have it. It's out. So, whatever number the board is comfortable with, I am also comfortable with, unless it's over $203,000, then I'm not comfortable with
As long
it.
as we have our main goal there.
That's good.
15 was the last comment. I'm okay with 15.
15, okay.
15 to the Belvedere and then just remove that from the GIS. And that puts us at
That'd be 42.
40,
Yeah.
42,886.
Okay.
Whose turn is it?
Okay. Then if we don't have any other comments or questions,
No.
I have no more comments.
okay.
I can amend the appendix and send it out, I guess. Is that okay?
We just need a motion.
Commissioner Morris, did you want to take us? Did you want to make the motion?
Sure.
Okay.
My number is correct. Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt resolution 24-78, adopting American Rescue Plan Act allocations, to allocate $2,135 to the Gilpin Peak to Peak Rotary and to $143,579 towards the Community Wildlife Protection Plan and $15,000 to Belvedere Foundation and $42,886 to the GIS contract.
No, second?
Okay, having the motion in a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And then resolution 2478 is adopted 3-0.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for answering all the questions.
Thank you, Jamie.
It's 11:30.
And did we want to go ahead and take a
It's up to you.
Sure.
15, 20-minute break or,
Sure.
okay?
Whatever amount.
So we'll go ahead and recess for 15 minutes and return at 11:45.
Thank you. In a video this morning.
Okay, we're ready now. We'll go ahead and start. And we're moving at resolution 24-69, authorizing the acceptance of additional funding for the substance abuse block grant. And we have Gabrielle Chisholm from Parks and Recreation Director.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me today. So to get to this resolution, I have worked with Human Service Director Shanda Johnson, Grant Manager Jamie Boyle, County Manager Rears, and Youth Supervisor Jacob Rippey. So a little background, the Substance Abuse Block Grant through the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment is a 5-year non-competitive grant. Gilpin County was identified as an under-resourced, high-need community. This grant has supported school-age licensed childcare, the Eagles Teen Program, evidence-based life skills for 3rd grade through high school, and positive action lessons since 2020. To keep up with the demand of grant deliverables, licensing regulations, increased enrollment, and collaboration with the child care services, we are requesting to transition one of our current full-time recreation generalists to become a full-time child program coordinator. I have attached the job description as well. And this position would be under the youth program supervisor. In addition to the annual $150,000 funding that we get from the substance abuse block grant, they have added $127,000 has been offered to be able to do this transition in staff and fund other existing staff in our youth programs. The substance abuse block grant has also been extended by 1 year and now is set to expire in June 30th of 2026. I can keep going, or that's basically the gist of the summary of everything that we're asking for today. I can keep reading my staff report, or if you have questions, I'd entertain those too.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions, and it might be that I just misread it. It looked like you were referencing overtime use. But as I read this didn't increase staff, it just shifted staff and paid them more. So I didn't see how that was going to address overtime with the same amount of staff. Can you explain that?
Sure. So a lot of our youth program supervisor time before it was salaried position had a lot of overtime and lost a lot of PTO and vacation time last year. So the fact that this position would be 100% in the youth programs position now instead of about 90% would help alleviate some of the missed overtime and missed benefits.
So it's switching from
The general,
to salaried is really what did it.
yes.
So they work whatever they're required. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So one big element with this of the grant funding is, as referenced by Director Chisholm, is the deadline or when the funds will end is June of 26. But to try and prevent this, something similar that happened to the Eagle program, where when the grant funding didn't come available and then the county had to scramble to find some additional funding at that point in order to continue the program. This one's building in a sustainability factor where the users would be then paying a fee, and that fee would be ratcheting up for the services rendered. So by the time we get to the June of 26, it would be all fee-based. So any net costs associated with the increase in wages for the employees impacted by this program would be paid by the user. This is, of course, assuming we would not receive any other grant funding, which we would obviously be looking for any additional grant funding. But we wanted to build in a sustainable roadmap from now until that point. And so that's a key element of her proposal to the board, accepting the money, which I think it's important to reference the money, and I need confirmation of this. The money needs to go for staffing. So it's not like the 127, 10173 can go from some other purpose related to the program. It needs to go for staffing. So if we're going to accept the money, this is a authorized use of the funds, but also develops the program and enriches the program so it's sustainable past June of 26.
So yes, thank you, Manager Rears. So there is an example of what that might look like, the financially sustainable plan for the youth programs. So right now, the majority is covered by grant funding. And with this just additional funds, we do have a surplus. And so each year we will have some sort of surplus with the current funding, but as of 2026, we don't know of any other grants currently. We did apply for another one, but we won't know till May. That we would just implement fees to help cover this change and the growth of enrollment for our childcare.
And we had increased the fees for the childcare, and despite that, you're still having a increased enrollment, everything's still staying
Oh, yeah.
stable.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. And we anticipate at least $10,000 in just fee revenue from that increase in March. And then if we're able to also get this position, it'll help us be able to enroll another 10 kids every day in the summer. So from 40 is our capacity now, and we would like to do up to 50. And that would estimate another $30,000 in fee revenue.
Okay, and then you'd also mentioned in the summer that you'd like to have your licensing change so you can
Exactly,
have
from
more
40 to 50.
to
Yep,
50, okay.
exactly. And that person that we're asking, this child programs coordinator, would be able to take over the license so that our youth program supervisor can really divert more energy to the grant and look for other funding opportunities so that we don't lose grant funds.
Have you hired the new generalist that oversees the teens? Have you hired that yet?
Not yet. We've had 3 interviews. We had a really good one yesterday, so we're hoping maybe to move on with that, but we're still in that process.
I have another question. So as I recall, you have come to us a couple of times asking to increase the salaries for some positions, and we said we weren't going to entertain that until budget time. So as I'm reading this, this is another request to increase the salaries for a couple positions. Can you accept this grant but not increase salaries? You can use it for salaries, but it didn't have to be for increasing salaries. Is that a possibility?
No.
That's not your proposed plan, but.
Yeah, I think the overall need of the program is to be able to have a dedicated youth child coordinator in the program so that they can oversee the license and we can increase our enrollment. And we can keep seeing that there is a need and a want in our community with the graph shown, that we've had a lot of increase in our participation. So it's not necessarily an increase in salary, but there's going to be an increase in duties and other things going on as well.
And so the salary grade would be a higher grade.
It is a higher
than
grade.
what the generalist does.
Yes.
Would occur.
Yes, so it's only for one position. So from midpoint to midpoint, from the rec generalist 2 to the child programs coordinator is about $13,000 a year.
And that position was surveyed as part of our compensation study, just the position, but it hasn't been implemented yet. So this is the opportunity if the board is so inclined to.
So is there any requirements on the grants that you're receiving or propose to receive that you have to have a certain salary requirement for that? It just only has to be spent on salaries.
I think that's the majority of where our expenditures are. And so it's going to be really hard to spend another $125,000 almost, approximately, on just supplies. We really need to be able, they are aware of the situation we're in with our increased enrollment and the amount of kids that we need to serve. and the amount of licensing requirements and deliverables for the grant. They're aware of all those situations. That's why they have dedicated extra funds to us for this grant, so that we can make this transition and be able to enroll more kids.
And it is the philosophy of the county to pay for the services based on the job description. And if this is the job description and this is from the fair market, what the position gets paid, then that's what our compensation study reflects.
So that's what you've done with the HR, is gone through the two possible job descriptions and decided that the higher one fits.
Exactly. So if this weren't able to happen, our enrollment would potentially have to decrease just because we can't keep up with the demand if we're able to, and then we wouldn't be able to spend the additional funds. So essentially wouldn't be able to take the additional funds from the grant.
Will this mean that the program will be open longer, or will the hours change?
No, hours should be able to stay the same. In the summer, it's 7:30 to 6 PM, Monday through Friday, but the enrollment amount would change. So instead of 40 kids max, we would have 50 kids a day.
And are you also saying you don't need the rec generalist?
Because most of her time has been diverted towards this program, I am okay with cutting that position at this time to be able to fit this need.
Wasn't the rec generalist position essentially created because the teens program, wasn't that part of that discussion? So it's not like you had it before necessarily, or is that? a
Well, we
correct
are
statement?
keeping the Rec Gen 2 position as the teen coordinator. And they will be, when we hire someone, they will be doing a lot of that work coordinating, but they also could be doing lifeguarding, front desk, that kind of thing. But for this specific position, it's a 1, so it's less on the pay scale. And she needs to be compensated, or this position needs to be changed so that they're doing the work, they're getting paid for the work that they're doing.
Okay. And then it also states that she'll be, or this person will be going into the school as well to do the life skills.
So that's something the
Programming?
youth program supervisor already does, Jacob, and so he would be able to spend more time on that, which is a deliverable of the grant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know some of the conversations that we've had with personnel, with compensation. Some people feel frustrated in their position, not with rec center, but their position that they get paid less than somebody working at the front desk of the rec center. And as far as starting, and they feel that their job has more community importance as far as safety is concerned. So I don't know the numbers, but I've heard the complaints, and I'm just wondering if with this was covered and discussed during the staffing issue, you indicated that these positions are based on the actual job description, not where they're located in the county or what department. And so there's a comparison. You were in some of those discussions as well.
Correct.
And so the comparison was done on what the job description was in one department compared to the other. And I'm just concerned about how you do that comparison when the job responsibilities are quite a bit different than working in the rec center or working in Rowan Bridge or working in the sheriff's department.
So I think it's important to clarify, and we have our human resources director here, and she could elaborate further. But we're not comparing position to position. We're comparing the job description and the job duties to the market, and then bring that back. And the directors and the supervisors and elected officials are all involved in making sure the job duties clearly reflect those duties. And then our consultants went into the market and said, these like duties, and came out with the numbers. So we're not comparing across between position and position A to position B. It's this job, what it does, and what is a fair wage for that position. But I will defer.
Yeah, so it's the market value of what those positions are, is what Ray's describing, and that was done as part of the compensation study. And so what they said is for this type of position, and I think it's kind of easy to get into the mentality of comparing positions across different areas, but I wouldn't recommend it because there are very specific skills, education requirements that are required for the proposed position that Gabrielle, our Director Chisholm, is proposing today. And that this position is responsible for overseeing 50 little people. And so there is that compensation related to that responsibility.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Director, will this increase your FTE overall?
No, it's
So
a
it's
straight
just
transfer.
okay.
Well, you did mention that you had some part-time people whose hours had been cut, and they'll be getting a few more hours as well.
That is true, I guess, about 8 hours a week.
Okay.
But that won't add benefits. It won't go up to 30. Mhm.
And I think we can do that with most of our current staff that we have, that lost hours.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just, my only reluctance is that, what I said earlier, increasing staff pay in one department when we said we were going to look at it more globally at budget time. But I understand this is a grant opportunity with a deadline. And clearly you've outlined the need for the kids.
One advantage I should highlight here is that we have the policy for grant management policy. And part of that is we can't just accept a grant unless it comes to the board. So this is part of this new procedure that we have in place versus here we're going to accept the 125,000 and it's kind of done administratively. We're empowering the board to be involved to formally accept the money and understand what the consequences of accepting the money are. So it's new for the organization and how we're doing it. I think it's a wise way of addressing it. But I just wanted to highlight that this is all because of this grant management policy and how we address funds moving forward. Again, empowering the board to make the decision what's best for the county.
Are you planning to use funds to increase other salaries, or this is just this one position you're focused on, which
Just
has
this
higher,
position, transitioning it to a different job description.
with a higher rating
scale.
or
Mhm.
pay scale
Yep.
or rating in the employee job descriptions?
Yeah, I would recommend not looking at this as a change in compensation for one person.
Mhm.
It's a change for a transition to a job that better suits the needs of the department.
Okay.
So you're requesting approval for the $13,299 increase, or just approval for this position at that compensation range?
No, I think the acceptance of the additional funding through the substance abuse block grant, so that would equal 125, I'm so sorry, $127,000. And then also awarding the extra year, which is $150,000. And then to do that all, transition one position. One job description from rec generalist, eliminating that position to the child programs coordinator position. And it costs approximately $13,000 more a year. But with the sustainable long-term plan that we have in place with either fees and or grant and how that all supplements together, every year we have to do that anyways. I think that's just best practice, best business, right? And then depending on the ebb and flow of kids in our community, maybe there's a lot more that need to keep coming and it's sustained at that, or maybe it drops off and we have to relook at it again later on. Parks and Rec has been down and up and down now for the last 4 years. So I think it's best practice to look at it every year and what's going on.
Well, and if this would be a start towards, because looking at this, maybe stabilizing at least this program for the future in the community would be good. Now, when you say your youth program's revenue plan, I'm assuming that also will include the Eagles program
Exactly,
as well.
yeah. And we did apply for the Colorado Trust Grant, and we won't know till May, and that's specifically for Eagles and other behavioral health programs that could happen at the community center.
Okay.
So that would be part of that too.
I think I was just thrown off on the title where it says associated compensation adjustments. It made it sound like more adjustments, probably a guess is up rather than down, but it's a plural. So
It's just one.
yes. So would it be okay to strike that from the resolution? I mean,
Sure.
or is it kind of outlined in there?
It is outlined in there. It's at the last whereas. Oh, I'm sorry, let's see. Where did we write that?
And then I think when we were talking about the anticipated new pre-K, that their population will be younger, and then yours is the next segment, and no one else does what you're doing in the county for the kids in the county.
Correct.
Only,
Yep.
Okay.
So our school age license is for kindergarten. It says to 16, but mostly it's fifth grade. And then they can go into the Eagles program.
okay.
So the specific asks are in the now therefore be resolved, the
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
And that's the
Yeah.
last one.
Right.
Thank you.
Mm.
What if this isn't approved? Then you'll just keep trying your best with what you have now?
I think we would have to decrease our enrollment, unfortunately, and won't be able to accept as many kids in our program.
Are all the kiddos from Gilpin? They come from the surrounding area?
For summer camp, no, we do have a few non-residents, but I would say not enough to, like, maybe Jake would know that. But I would say 90% is our Gilpin kids, but we have Boulder County,
Like
Jeffco.
Netherland and Coal Creek kind of,
Exactly.
so like tangential,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the Teens Inc. doesn't do this kind of programming either.
No, they don't have a licensed childcare. They
Right.
do teen programs, which we do collaborate with them, or we used to when we had someone in that position.
Right.
Again, that's another opportunity. Hopefully, the youth program supervisor would be able to initiate more collaboration with other children activities, schools.
Well, I do see your plans also that to increase some parents' night out, specialty camps, extended trips overnight, and then also collaboration with both school districts, BVSD as well as Gilpin, Teens Inc. and Resilience 1220,
Exactly.
which I think is important.
Yeah, those areas have been
and-
lacking, so we would like to ramp those up.
So if the workload is stretched now, how would you accomplish more?
For the child coordinator to be able to take over a lot of the licensing requirements and help with hiring and training and scheduling, that will free up some time for the youth program supervisor to address these other things.
It would just be more focused.
Yes.
I had a question in increasing fees. I know you increased them this year. Did you get very much pushback from the parents or on that?
I think,
Because this is going to be stepped up as time goes on.
right.
There's a threshold where.
I believe we had one or two comments, but very minimal. Yeah, I think because when they start doing some research and seeing what other day camps or after school charge, it's a lot different than what we do.
Mhm. Even sports camps are
Mhm.
very expensive to do for a couple of weeks.
Yes.
So you're going to take a wait and see approach as the years go on and increase fees, what that cap might be where parents can say it's too much.
Yeah, and hopefully, again, that can be offset by other grants or sponsorships, things like that. But I think just always doing that comparative study with what other agencies are doing, I think that's best practice, and we should be doing that every year anyways.
It's true. Well, and there is legislation for CCAP
Mhm.
to be strengthened and have more funding and also open up their parameters to support parents and families of older children.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's a great point. I know Youth Program Supervisor has been working with Human Services to see what that CCAP amount is. And so because we did raise our fees, I think that he's been working with them pretty closely to see how that compensation helps us to, through CCAP. Yeah.
Because I believe that's
It's
maybe in
very-
appropriations, but it's moving, that's moving through. And I think from what we've had, information we've had, it's likely to be passed.
Mhm.
And
And I
signed.
think
Yeah.
just the continuation of other grant funding too for daycares and child centers. I think that's going to keep happening for a while.
Yeah, there's been a lot of interplay between childcare programs and school funding. And the legislatures like eliminated the budget stabilization factor. So that'll increase funding to schools, and they increase the per pupil for schools pretty significantly. So it all kind of ties together with programming as well as staffing.
Mhm.
Yeah. Is this the draft to be submitted, or is this submitted?
It was submitted, but they haven't approved it yet either. We are waiting for your approval, and then I think Jake gives word that we can accept the money and then go from there.
I just saw a minor little, on the mileage, it says 60, but it's 67 now, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, it's minor, but,
okay.
and then I had a question on the ones that come out in red. Are those items that you're not going to fund anymore out of this grant? One is the
Yes, I
Snack-
believe so.
snacks and council.
If it was in red, yeah.
Those will be funded elsewhere?
I think it's a change in the current budget.
In the current budget?
That budget, so
Yeah.
that we have to turn that in every year.
Right.
And so this is the change with the additional funds that we're needing to accept. And so I think it might have just been, I don't, maybe you could answer that better on the budget sheet.
Oh, hi.
You were
I don't
in
have
it,
it,
so I
thought-
have I
didn't
all the
realize you were
papers of
here.
that one. Of course.
I was just asking about these. Are those items you're not funding out of this grant then?
So just the red
The
numbers.
red, yeah.
specifically. Yeah, so
Yeah.
those are reductions that we needed less of for various reasons. So like, well, let's see. Yeah, it's mostly just reallocations or reductions. for that.
Those will be provided just from some other bucket of money.
Yeah, so like
Yeah,
all the
okay.
program leaders and rec gens looking at personnel services, those are funded through program fees now. So we
Right.
transitioned most of the funding to our full-time staff.
Well, and can you explain how this position will support you from your point of view?
Yeah, it would help my workload a lot, which has been unsustainable for a while. We've been getting behind on some things, I think it's safe to say. So the additional hours that they would be spending in the program and being in a higher position, they'd be able to take on higher liability responsibilities and supervisory responsibilities. Because I basically don't have anything else left to delegate or anyone else left to delegate these things to, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was mention about an increase in regulations. Yeah.
That's happening all the time, yeah.
20 pages long.
More and more mandates.
Mhm. And testing too, like in public health
I
testing.
noticed
and-
that, yeah, that is
Water,
new.
radon, lead, lots of more testing to do too.
But those are done by our public health. You just coordinate them.
No, we had to contract for radon testing. We did the water testing ourselves, but sent it off to a lab. And then, what was the other one?
The state you just did,
Health
public health.
inspection is through the state right
Yeah,
now.
because they're at a higher level, because
Right.
it's commercial and having to do with children than just a residential
Mhm.
test would be.
Because I remember we did that at the barn, the radon testing,
Mhm.
because it was county and not public and not residential. Yeah, okay.
Did you have any other questions or comments?
No. And I may have asked this before. I know that intergenerational program doesn't always work, but I always like to ask about it. Do you have any subset of your programming that's trying to work with this older adults and the kids together?
Not particularly. That's something we've always considered and kind of wanted to try, like a, senior reading program or games with seniors, that kind of thing. We just haven't had time to explore the options.
Is it something you think about then?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I want to add to that. In our interview yesterday, the candidate actually spoke about having other departments come talk to the kiddos about what they do and just what the different departments in the county offer and how to become, like in the teen program, maybe how to get that a career or go down that path. So
Hmm.
I think that was a great idea. So
It is. That's good.
hopefully we can be able to do that someday.
Well, it's nice since they're in a, county facility, I'm sure they're exposed to a lot of different people coming in and out. So to know who they are, what they do and all would be beneficial. Mhm. That's a great idea. Okay, let's see. We don't have any other questions, comments? I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
All right. Chair Bruman, I move that we adopt Resolution 24-69. This is authorizing the acceptance of additional funding for the Substance Abuse Block Grant with the one amendment to strike the subtitle there about associated compensation adjustments. And this would be in the amount of $127,101.73.
Okay, is that the correct amount?
Mhm.
Okay. And a second?
Second?
Okay, and having the motion in second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the resolution is adopted 3-0.
Appreciate your
Great,
time.
okay,
luck.
thank you so much.
Look forward to hearing what more you do
Yeah,
without.
summer camp's about to start, so 50 kids every day. Here we
Yeah.
go.
Get ready.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Working as a
Definitely,
board.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see, and now we'll go to Resolution 2474, authorizing submission of grant application for the Clerk and Recorder's Office. We have our Clerk and Recorder, Hari McCormick,
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
and Jamie Boyle, our grant writer.
Come on up, Mama. Today, I'm here to present the grant for the Electronic Recording Technology Board. The Recording Department is seeking a grant for $89,933 so that we may move to a hosted environment with Tyler Technologies, who is our main recording software. Switching from an on-premises hosting to SaaS, which is the acronym for Software as a Service, will keep our data and records more secure. This will allow us to be in alignment with other county offices that use Tyler. This includes disaster recovery services. We will no longer need to rely on third-party IT to maintain our servers. This will cover fraud guard, e-recording, public access to records, e-commerce, and all fees through 2026. And if the ERTB grant funding program does not sunset in 2026, as it's predicted to do right now, we will be able to reapply to receive future funding for this service. So essentially, our fees for transferring to the cloud will be covered through 2026.
Do you know what the annual cost will be after that? After 2026?
It's an estimated 22 to 38,000 per year.
And if there aren't grants available, then it'll come from the general. If there are no grants available after 2026.
There might be. The Electronic Recording Technology Board does their grant application process in a series of, 3 years, 4 years. So then it comes up through the legislature where it gets extended. It's been extended numerous times. We still we and all other counties still collect a service fee, which goes into the grant fund. And the whole purpose of that is because the bigger counties have boatloads of money to upgrade their systems. The smaller counties do not. So the idea is if there is a surcharge on every recording, it goes into the fund, and then the smaller counties can draw off from that so that we can get these upgrades. I do believe the intent is over time for every county to be online, and then the state can combine everything. So instead of trying to find records from Gilpin County and Weld County and Montrose County and having to go to each one of those clerks to get the information, that it'll all be part of a database. So I think this is what this is leading towards. We all believe that the program won't sunset in 2026 and that it'll be extended, and then we can apply for more funding.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I would say other counties have boatloads of money. I know from our meetings and then also at the election security, there was concern expressed by the commissioners and staff that
Right.
they're being asked to do more and more. But they also did announce there was money available, so I'm glad. It may not have been this pot of money, but
Right.
I'm glad you're
But
pursuing.
when we went several years ago, and we're still working through that grant process, we received $280,000 to get our records online.
Right.
A lot of the bigger counties are already online because they could afford to do that. So that's something we've been working through another electronic recording technology board grant.
Okay. So is this helping you meet some of the newer mandates and things, or some of those that you're kind of expecting to come up through the legislature then?
No, this is essentially taking us from us hosting the site to Tyler hosting the site. I'm not even going to pretend that I understand what the cloud means, but
It's up there.
it becomes their responsibility. The assessor's office is already using that, and the treasurer's office is transitioning too. So this would help the clerk's office coordinate all of our Tyler information.
Is other software, is that being implemented in other counties as well?
Yes.
There's just one company that
No, there are numerous. I think there's maybe 6 or 7 counties or companies that other counties use. Tyler, I believe, is one of the main ones, and it's one that we've been using for forever. And I don't even know what it would look like if we needed to transfer to another company.
Is this, and this will help since now the clerk and recorder as well as assessor and treasurer are all using Tyler, help you integrate your information better.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, and it keeps everything much more secure.
Okay. So security.
And when we switched in the past, it did end up being a cost savings because we didn't have to buy the full server and deal with the staffing of managing that. So it's been a cost-effective measure.
Yeah. And if something happened to our server now, that would be on us.
and the conversations on this commission that is overlooking this, they are not, they're allowing multiple platforms to be used, and like, for example, Tyler, they're allowing other ones. They're not going to consolidate them into one so that we might have to change.
Yeah, and I can't speak to how the state plans to do that or when they even plan to do that. That's just something I've been hearing a lot of rumblings of. I mean, it could be something as simple as an individual site that has a link for every county, or I don't know. That's a long-term thing.
And no match required.
No match required.
That's always a good
Yep,
news.
yep. This would fully fund the whole project through 2026.
Very minimal reporting requirements as well.
Less paperwork is always good. Okay. Let's see, do we have any other questions or comments?
I'm just going to ask on the grant. Okay, so the total amount that that you're asking for approval is 89,933.
Correct. And that's a figure straight from Tyler, who, I worked with Tyler Tech
Okay.
to make sure that all of the data was in line with what they would need and how they work and what what their costs are.
I don't have any more questions.
Yeah, we would have to cancel our bridge pay contract, which is how we accept payment online currently. But Tyler is no longer working with them and supporting that program. So they're on their way out anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they're already being phased out then?
Yes.
Okay.
We just would need to give 30 days notice, and I'll be getting all that documentation to Brad shortly. It'll take longer for Tyler to step in and start the whole process of upgrading us than it would to cancel the bridge pay contract.
Okay. So is that going to make your payments that a little easier than it was before?
Supposedly,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, the current vendor hasn't been wonderful to work with.
Right. I know you've had some difficulties.
Yeah.
Is this going to happen this year then?
Yes. With permission, I'll submit this grant today. It should be reviewed in May. And I can't believe we're talking about May. And then we could potentially have the funding by June or July. And I think it'll take Tyler that long to get everything together on their end. And I don't anticipate, it shouldn't take long to get everything up and running. I would imagine this would be fully completed by the end of the year.
Oh, okay, great.
Does that have any kind of implications on the elections or just kind of separate?
Oh, it's completely separate. Yeah. It's just a matter of taking some of my time to manage and schedule what they need to do.
Okay. So for
I
you-
have a question on the motion. Do you want me to read the therefores as part of the adoption or just the title and the amount?
just I would say the resolution. Yeah, the title of the resolution and the amount.
Okay. Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt resolution 24-74, authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Electronic Recording Technology Board to move Tyler Technology clerk and recorder data from on-premises hosting to software as a service, to accept the grant of amount of $89,933.
I'll second.
Okay, having the motion in a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so resolution 2474 is adopted by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you very much,
Great,
Commissioners.
thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to resolution 24.
We have 5 policies.
5 policies, our policy portion of the meeting.
Stretch break before we hit all the policies. So the first one here is Resolution 2473. This is an existing policy, the first policy. This is the procurement policy. As referenced, it's removing redundant language, streamlining the process, and some minor changes in clarity and making it easier to read. It was during a work session that the board discussed this, so this is not the first time that you've seen these elements, but Mr. Bauer is here to answer any of your questions, but the policy is redlined. And again, this is not the first time you've seen it. Well, I guess for the full board, maybe not all commissioners.
Yeah, my apologies for missing the work session for you know what reason.
Sorry for your loss, of course. There was a point of clarification that we did need Commissioner Hollingsworth to weigh in, and that was under section 5.9, where it currently shows applications for credit may only be initiated by the county manager. There's some discussion of putting a limit, 15,000 or not. And so we are looking for direction since there was not consensus during the work session regarding that element. I believe that was the only section that there wasn't anything that where we didn't have consensus on, but I'll defer to Mr. Brown.
Hello, commissioners.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good intro in. That's correct. That is really the only place that I received any feedback or consideration was on that 5.9 section, what is now 5.9. There had been some discussion of adding a limit to the amount of credit that may be, or applications, the amount of credit that the county manager may apply for. But other than that, there were no changes requested from the red line version in front of you.
So since I wasn't able to be in that discussion, can you explain to me because when I was reading through this, it seemed like it's kind of in an odd place to mention credit. And in what circumstances would that apply, applications for credit? Would that be for, because it kind of follows in the contract process? So can you explain to me how that fits in that area and when it would be used? And my second question is on page 3, now that we have one that's a separate policy for contract management, why the amounts and the charts differ as far as thresholds? One's for procuring, but the other's for contracts. But it seemed like those amounts would match up as far as who approves and who initiates. Thank you.
So for the bidding thresholds that you'll see under this procurement policy doesn't refer to any contracting requirements. It's merely the initiation of the procurement process. So it's designed to be a little more, I guess, less demanding, and that we're not signing on to a policy. It just provides the process that a staff member would need to go through to procure something and the approval level to begin that procurement process. So that answers the one section. And then on 5.0, there are some changes. So 5.0 really covers any controls on procurements as well as any exemptions. That's why the 5.9 is on there. And then I will defer to the county manager as to the sort of situations in which he might be or anybody in his role might be applying for credit.
So the main element of this is to put some controls in place so that the county doesn't create a line of credit unless they go through some process and there's some accountability as to who can and who can't. In this case, it would be only the county manager could apply. This has only come up one time since I've been here, and that was with Public Works when they had a line of credit for their parts, because when a part breaks down, it has to be shipped. And then there's various vendors, and they won't just do that unless it's they receive cash ahead of time. So it's industry standard that there's a line of credit established, and so they will just ship us the part as soon as possible with this line of credit. And that is the only time that has ever come up. It's usually fairly minor when it does. But the main aspect of this is that it puts some controls so that not any employee can just apply for a line of credit.
Do you think the placement of it is in the right place? It's because this is talking about when you take delivery, you inspect and make sure that the invoice is right. And
So I would defer to Mr. Bauer, who's gone through this policy a number of times, as to his recommendation as to the placement. And I don't want to speak for you, but I believe he thinks this is a reasonable location.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's other places it could go. Again, I see that provision under 5.9, it's a control on procurement, in this case, a control on the procurement of credit. That would be the reason that it's placed in there. You're not wrong in saying that there are other provisions in here under this 5.0 section that are not directly related to that or completely unrelated to it. But that broad sort of controls on procurement exemptions is the reason it's in there.
But it certainly could be moved. There's nothing about its placement that is necessary in that sense.
Because it would apply prior to procuring. It would be a decision that was made prior versus upon delivery. That's why it just seems stepwise, if you went through, it's odd.
You have a suggestion of where you would like to put it?
Well, you have mine is so, our copies are so blue lined here. I don't know if it would fit under bidding threshold or, I don't know. Either. I mean, if everyone else feels like it's in a good place, then it is. I just caught my eye as a little out of order.
So the main question with this was the limit. Do we want to put a limit associated with it, 15,000 or no limit?
And this would be your discretion to allow some credit,
Right.
to take out credit for the person.
Line of credit on behalf of the county.
Right. I don't see the need only because we have the associated chart, which says who can and can't do this and that. And we had gone through all of that to establish those thresholds. So I don't see the need for it in there myself.
And two, I mean, just to, I guess, further explanation or with my experiences, certain companies such as, say, Granger, where we're going to be paying invoices, they do like to have, they call it a credit limit. And so that's where usually paperwork's filled out and all that comes into play. But for the most part, the credit limit versus how much is ordered, usually there's, enough of a buffer to.
We had the discussion before, we believe that the $15,000 limit was a fair limit for credit, and it was large enough if, for example, Public Works does have the Granger credit limit, it's reasonable and something that they can maintain as far as managing it. I don't see a problem where it's placed or the amount.
Does that help answer what you need answered or muddy it?
So what I'm hearing is leave it as it is without any sort of limit. That was the consensus of the board regarding 5.9.
I would say so.
And so the,
Placed in the amount.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear.
Commissioner Mornis was comfortable with the location and the amount.
Okay.
Sorry.
And no amount. Yeah. And so then my question, I guess, is beyond Sam. So the chart of thresholds here and the chart of thresholds in contracts are not the same. Is there value in making them the same between the two? Because most purchases through procurement end up being done by some kind of contract.
Did you want to address that? Because I know we talked about that at the
Yeah,
last work
just to
session.
explain it.
So the large reason that the procurement policy is being brought before you today is because of the contract management policy itself.
Right.
And it was to develop some congruency between the two. Myself, and the paralegal, Sarah, apologies, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but
Paycheck.
Like paycheck.
Like
but-
paycheck, only with a B.
Okay, Paycheck. And County Manager Rears, we all met together, had a discussion about it and decided on the thresholds you see before you was the best course of action. They don't line up perfectly. But that again was by design, in that the procurement requirements are designed to be a little less demanding than the contracting requirements.
They're quite a bit different, actually. In the second column, the procurement has a 5,000 to 50,000, and the contract has a 5,000 to 10,000. So that's quite a bit of difference. They both start and end with the same amount, but the two in the middle are, it's a wide range. Can you give me an example when you would have a contract, the lower threshold that wouldn't match up with the procurement? Or vice versa? Yeah, that'll help me understand. Sorry if you already talked about this in the work session.
And I know it was primarily led by paralegal Paycheck, so, and she's not here this week, so
Right.
we'll try and recall exactly her position on some of these things. Seems like that work session.
Can
was
you
very-
repeat the question?
I was just wondering, because there's such a difference in the amounts for contracts and procurement, you can tell I stumble over that word, just what an example might be, why they wouldn't match up.
Well, again, it's because they're accomplishing different things. One is related to who can execute a contract, and the other one's related to who can initiate the procurement process. So I guess just to give an example, for a contract that would be, let's say $7,000, that would be able to go through an informal procurement process. The department head would be able to authorize that, or to the elected official. And they would only require 2 written or verbal quotes. But at that level, being over 5,000, they would require either a written contract or a purchase order. And again, you'll see that in that other line, that just links back to the contract management policy, that final column there. And then at that $7,000 threshold, it would not require a resolution and would not need to go before the BOCC. But as with all agreements, as we're asking, they would have to go before the legal department for review. But the department head or elected official would also be able to execute that contract. But if we were over 10,000, that process could still go through the informal procurement. Say it was a $12,000 contract. Would still, the department head or elected official be able to authorize the procurement of that, would be able to do it with a minimum of 2 written or verbal quotes, would require a written contract. But under, as you can see, the contract management policy, being over that $10,000 limit would mean that they would have to go to the county manager to execute the contract.
So it gives a little bit of flexibility with relatively smaller purchases.
That was the idea, yes.
I think an example that's come up for this is, I think it was through dispatch and some of their software or communication devices. There's a regular contract and it was a smaller amount. And it just seemed like it was a lot of work and effort to get it before the board to execute the contract. So this gives the flexibility of renewing contracts or status quo contracts to just authorize them administratively as part of this effort. So that not everything, I know we have a very long agenda today, but we're trying to kind of streamline it and still report into the board as there's certain efforts with this contracting. That's really this in a nutshell. So we know how staff can treat contracts and awarding contracts and executing contracts, empower them at certain levels, and then ensure that the board's kept in the loop for anything larger or really any contracts as part of the contract management policy is making sure all of these are involve the attorney's office as well. When we do find that there are occasions, there's a contract that we find out after the fact that was executed, that the attorney's office wasn't aware. So we're just trying to streamline this as our kind of standard operating procedures that we're working through and developing.
No, I think Sam explained it. Fine, thank you.
You're welcome.
We need to adopt each one separately, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Whose turn is it here?
You're trying, huh?
Is that my turn? Yeah, that's right. All right, are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
Chair Berman, I move that we adopt resolution 24-73. This is amending the master policy and procedure manual, procedure 1, or policy 1, procurement policy.
Second?
Okay, having the motion in a second, all those in favor of adopting resolution 24-73?
Aye.
Okay, and resolution 2473 is adopted 3-0. Okay, and now we'll move on to resolution 2481, and that's contract management policy.
Just give me one moment here to get up my notes. So this policy was identified as a need by staff for a number of different reasons, primarily to serve out new thresholds for the execution of contracts. As it currently stands, all contracts come before the board for approval. Obviously, we want you to keep you involved in the process, but as County Manager Beers said previously, there's a number of smaller dollar contracts that we think would be better served being executed administratively, either through the county manager or through a department head. So that's one of the big things that this policy does. Another thing that it does is it sets out certain provisions, requirements for all of our contracts going forward. A lot of this was practice already, but this is really just putting it into writing, into words. So you'll see language regarding that. And then it also has certain requirements for record keeping and noticing. You'll see that there's a provision that requires that all of our contracts go out to bid again after every 3 years. It's just to ensure that we are being efficient and good stewards of county funds, getting the best bang for our buck, so to say. And then it also provides, again, that record keeping part of it, requiring all the agreements that are entered into by the county at all levels are brought to the attorney's office, not only for review, but for that record keeping purpose, so that we always know, whether through turnover of staff, we know what currently is the county agreeing to, and that can be used by staff and by elected officials as a resource, as well as the public. This was brought up during the previous work session. There wasn't any changes. There's no changes that was brought at that point. I did make some minor changes from the work session draft that you saw, but these were just for formatting, grammar, things like that, that would keep it consistent with the rest of the manual. So I will, with that, stand for questions.
Sam, if I may, Commissioner, just add one little, I did notice in 3.3 on this, in the not to exceed amount, the end of that, there's a tend to tail that you have at the end, it says there, it starts with the, right at the end of that sentence, is the provisions of the contract support. So I'm not sure what that means. So my recommendation is that be stricken and then just put a period after contract on that item. So.
And I'm sorry, what section was that in?
Section 3.4.
3.4?
3.3.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3.3.
Oh,
Okay.
3.3.
Thank you.
So it says not to exceed amount may be amended with a written amendment signed and agreed by all parties associated with the contract, period, is the suggestion. and striking is the provisions of that contract support.
I have another one like that. I was just gonna point it out later, but I will now since we're on 4.5. The first sentence says, set forth in above section 4.2 above, so. Yeah, just ask the rest of them,
So we would just strike that first above.
one or the other. I do have one question. Again, apologies for missing out. 6.2. Says any purchase orders, no matter the amount, must be approved by the county attorney's office?
Yes, so you
Is
will.
that what we do now? Purchase orders?
Not currently,
Yeah.
but
Is that what you want to change it to? It seems like
So-
it's gonna increase the workload for the county attorney's office.
So generally, purchase orders are really minor usually. The contract's pretty easy, it's just so those are usually easier and less money involved. So that's what Sam, if you want to take it from there, I'm just trying to figure out too. Thoughts on that, but.
I must admit, I was not involved in the drafting of this particular policy. It's primarily done by Sarah Baycheck. I would defer to the county attorney.
I did not have a problem with the purchase order initially, but I'm gonna review that here again, but.
Yeah, I was thinking the purchase orders are approved by the department heads, not, I mean, contracts absolutely through you. You need to vet them all, but the purchase orders.
So good question. I'm happy to stay out of that. Again, these are usually one pagers that you get in a purchase order. And so they're easy to be dealt with and usually don't require a lot of work on my part. So I guess.
Do you think?
I guess we'd have to ask or see if, I know, Sarah, there was concern that they're finding a lot of contracts just in terms of record keeping, keeping track of everything. And I don't know, maybe that's the same that had happened with purchase orders as well, trying to find a history or a paper trail going back.
so I agree with Attorney Benning. I think purchase orders might be too much. Because I could see these are very simple, and if
Right.
you have to wait, you could be at the vendor and you're like submitting it, and then it has to go into the queue. So I would recommend striking purchase orders, just like the last policy that the board approved. Obviously, this is a evolution. As we start using this, we'll see what works, what doesn't work. So I would recommend striking the purchase order from 6.2.
And just keep written contracts.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I don't see anything that would cause any conflicts as far as changing that in other sections. I do know here under the improvement thresholds or the execution thresholds, you'll see under that first one, 0 to 5,000, it says no written contract required, but if other party requires a contract, it must be reviewed and approved.
Could you give me a number?
Under the 6.1, under the thresholds, the $0 to $5,000 row, it is split into two different pages. I'm going to make a note of that, make sure that goes on one page. But you'll see that last column under requirements, it reads no written contract required. But if other party requires a contract, it must be reviewed and approved by county attorney's office. There's no mention of a purchase order there. So I think it would continue to be congruent is what I'm saying.
So just strike it out of 6.2.
Yeah, and that gives us flexibility as well. I mean, yeah, I say, yes, it gives us flexibility. So by striking purchase order, everything's a contract in a way, right? So we can, of course, deal with that as the legal department, figure that out and figure out how we're gonna, like we do, have templates for different contracts. And so we could deal with that using that, I think.
7.1 is just to cover, it doesn't contradict the chart, it just covers everything else, is how it's written. Is that the intention of that? It says any other contract must come to the board, but in the chart, it doesn't have to come to the board until
Where is that?
in 7.1.
Oh, yeah.
Was that part of the discussion? That just covered
It was, and I
every
think
other.
it was just to make sure that it's known that IGAs, MOUs, et cetera, all need to come before the board.
Yes. That was the intention. These above thresholds only apply to goods and services. Any MOUs, IGAs, lease agreements, grant agreements, et cetera, still need to come to before the board regardless of the amount.
Yeah, because it says any other contract. Okay. And the 3 years is for goods and services, correct?
I'm not sure.
I know we did have the past administration put a number of staff under contract, but those are no longer in place. So this refers to goods and services.
Where is that?
I'm just asking in general because of the 3-year that it says on 3.2, all Gilpin County contracts must be placed out to bid every 3 years.
Mm,
It's probably inferred in the whole thing.
Pretty much all the contracts are for
Mhm.
goods and services.
Services.
So
Yes.
if we want to clarify that in there, we could add in for goods and services.
Right. It does say under 6.0, it specifically calls out that that's for goods and services. It
Right.
doesn't do that in the other section. So as it's read now, my interpretation would be that that would apply to all contracts, including MOUs, IGAs, et cetera.
If you read the whole thing.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Are there any other questions or comments?
I have none.
Commissioner Mornis? No? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Mornis, I right? Is it
Correct,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, if your term.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt Resolution 24-81, amending the Master Policy and Procedure Manual, Policy -17, Contract Management Policy.
I second.
Okay, having the motion in a second, all in favor of adopting resolution 24-81?
Aye.
Aye. And the resolution is adopted 3-0. And now we'll move on to 2479, the master policy for grant management.
Thank you. Did you want to present this one as well, or?
I think you are well positioned to
Okay.
do it if you feel comfortable doing so.
Yeah. So at this same work session, with the implementation of this new contract policy, we realized that there would be some incongruencies with the existing grant policy and handbook. So really the direction that staff was trying to follow was to try to make the grant management handbook and policy and procedures all line up well with the new contract management policy in the event that it passed, which it has now done. I apologize for taking up so much space in the packet, but we did have to include the entire handbook with the red lines. Very few things actually changed, but what did change is pretty substantial. So I really just sort of want to briefly go through how lining things up with the contract policy is affecting the text. I also realized that it is pretty difficult to make out the changes in the tables and the workflows with the track changes on. So I also have a visual aid for each of you that's just a clean copy of the new table and workflow. And a copy of the contract policy table on one page as well, just for easy reference. Oh, sorry. Oh.
Thank you. Sorry. Getting harder for you to bend over.
It is, yes. My arms feel like they're getting shorter every day. Does anyone else want a copy of the?
I would.
That down. Right. And then, okay. I'll hold on to this one for myself as well. So, I think I'll start with the table. That seems to be kind of the most logical place so that you can see how it lines up with the contract policy. So we have lined up the anticipated grant award amounts with these contract policy thresholds as well. Or at least we've tried to. They are similar. We have put the 0 to 5,000 and the 5,000 to 10,000 into one initial step. So this, in some cases, in many cases, the idea is to eliminate the need to come before the commissioners ahead of time to ask for approval. But this does come with some pretty important caveats. On page 11 of the handbook, it lays out the 5 conditions that would automatically trigger someone needing to come to the commissioners in order to request approval to apply and or accept funds for grants. So those would be whether BOCC official action or signature is required, just because administratively we need to make sure that we talk about that in a meeting and get consensus and a vote in front of the public, whether it would create a change in staffing, as that's a long-term financial commitment on behalf of the county, whether it would create any other kind of multi-year financial obligation or commitment. So in this case, we'd typically be talking about machinery or equipment, usually with maintenance costs, software even. Whether a local financial match is needed for the grant that has not already been allocated in the annual budget. So if they're coming to ask for a grant that maybe we weren't expecting or don't apply for every year, and so it hasn't been incorporated into that annual budget already, then in that case, they would need to come back before the board and ask for approval. Or likewise, if there's an in-kind match that will require significant staff time, specifically committed as a match for the grant. It doesn't necessarily mean an increase in administrative burden. It means we are committing to X percentage of employees' time as an in-kind match. And so 10% seemed like a good threshold there. So for a full-time employee, that would be approximately 200 hours of work in a year. Just because, again, that's another financial long-term commitment that sort of impacts staffing. So under those 5 conditions, something would always need to come before the commission ahead of time. Otherwise, they can just follow this approval threshold and this handy dandy approval workflow. The idea here is to make it simple, approachable, easy to understand. There's been many times when we've hemmed and hawed over which grants should come before you and which should not. And in many cases, we have annual grants that we're expecting, we know about, they've already been considered in the budget. We want to make those things as easy as possible without increasing the administrative burden on staff unnecessarily. So this really provides 5 questions for you to ask. And I do see an error here, actually. I need to eliminate some arrows, which I had done in a different version, but I'll need to get these fixed a little bit. But basically, you follow the internal approval workflow, and you ask yourself these questions. Does it require a BOCC signature? Yes? Okay, then we go to a resolution. No? Okay, ask yourself the next question. Would the grant activities create a change in staffing? Yes? Then we go to a resolution. No? Then you ask yourself the next question. Would the grant create a multi-year financial obligation or commitment? Yes. Then we do a resolution. No. Then we ask ourselves the next question. If I'm being too repetitive, I can stop. Okay. Would the grant require a local financial match that has not already been allocated for this purpose in the county's annual budget? Yes. Then we do a resolution. No. Then we go to the next question. Would the grant require a local in-kind match that would account for more than 10% of an employee's workload? Yes, then we do a resolution. No, then we go to the final question, which is what dollar amount is being requested or is anticipated or has been awarded? So if it is within a department head's contract policy threshold, then they should be able to do that administrative process, wherein they are able to take the lead and just sort of notify grant management staff before they submit, just to make sure that we are tracking everything and so that I can inform the commissioners as part of my regular reporting, the commissioners and the county manager. And then if that threshold is between 10,000 and 100,000, that would follow the executive process, wherein the county manager would obtain approval, would grant approval sort of on behalf, and a resolution is not required, but we would then bring it to the commissioners for ratification as part of the consent agenda on the next meeting. So
And that would be done by resolution?
it would not need to be done by resolution. It would be more of an informational report, could provide a copy of the grant application, a quick summary of what the project is and what the funds are going to support.
Okay.
So ultimately less time for staff and for the commissioners at the meeting. And then finally, if that threshold is over 100,000, then we would go back to the resolution process, where they would come before the board ahead of time. It's just sort of as we have been doing. But really the idea is to eliminate some of the administrative burden and to line up closely with the contract management policy. So those are the main things that have changed about the process. And in doing this, we sort of eliminated the need for this new county commitment idea, because it's really quite covered with the 5 bullet points. This was the table. You can see it's completely X'd out. And that we were really trying to get at the same idea that these 5, triggering points bring. But I think this is a little bit more straightforward and a little more clear, and probably easier to implement and follow consistently. It's also replacing a previous approval workflow that's visible on page 16 of the handbook, that I just don't think really quite got the picture across. It wasn't very friendly or approachable or easy to understand. And then we did sort of go through this, and there have been some things identified in the last few months that have just sort of, they seem unnecessary if we're covering all of our bases and making sure that the commissioners are clued in at every stage that they need to be. So there are 2 things that were previously marked as like mandatory for everyone to follow in this process, except with a few exceptions. And one of those is I'm trying to find the right page, sorry. The roles and responsibilities map. And I'm not sure I'm seeing where that is in my handout. But essentially, this change would make that optional. Or if it.
This one?
Yes.
Page 31.
Yes, thank you. Essentially, this would make that optional rather than required. Because I think in a lot of cases, it's not really needed. And it just creates sort of an extra workload and an extra thing to enforce and pay attention to. And the same thing goes for the grant pre-application assessment. That is left as sort of up to the discretion of the grant manager if I feel like it's necessary and required in order to really get the point across to the commissioners. But so far, we haven't really had a case where that seemed to be true. So I wanted to take the opportunity to remove parts of the handbook that weren't really serving us well, and to leave us with something that is easier to follow and to enforce and to be consistent about. And then there was one final thing. Previously, there was a Teams form. This is on page 27 of that handbook. the grant activity update and request form. With the implementation of our software, this has really become completely unnecessary. And it was minimally used before that. Most everybody just emails things, and honestly, that has turned out to be just fine. So just don't want to have unnecessary things holding us up.
So you're just able, after using this policy for a few months, do a little bit of cleanup and streamlining.
Correct, yeah.
So the table that you give to the commissioners at the board meetings and to the county manager, that all that information is provided to you in this format on a regular basis, or do you have to get updates from people? I mean, how do you keep that table updated? Because you give it to us every board meeting and you've got changes.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes, my report. So that is actually, I think, one of the most time-consuming parts of this job is to consistently try to stay updated, because grants are always moving. You know, they have many different moving pieces. There are project deliverables on one side and grant deliverables on another side. And so that requires really trying to stay in touch as much as possible with the project managers, department heads. And so, yes, it is a lot of conversations, discussions, emails, and documents exchanged. And at this point, we have migrated everything into the Grant Hub Pro grant management software, which makes it much, much easier and safer to track. I always worry with Excel spreadsheets, there's so much possibility for human error. And this really eliminates a lot of that and makes it much easier to just sort of export the information and provide it to you in a digestible way.
Okay, so the effort that you put in here, it doesn't necessarily make that part of your job any easier. What's making it easier now is the software that you got. So that there's one place for, do the grant managers put information into that software and then you can upload it or you can.
If I understand your question correctly, I would say that the software makes the administrative burden on my end much, much less. And the changes in this policy make the administrative burden on the project managers much, much less. So by implementing both the software and these changes, hopefully we're easing up both sides quite a lot. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I was just trying to see if this policy is helping you in any way to be able to develop the reports to us. And what you're saying is this really isn't what the objective is. It's the software that's helping you with that.
Correct, yes.
I just want to say thank you for all your work, because I know that this has been evolving and going back in time, partly why your position was suggested. It was a recommendation and request by staff, because there were so many staff trying to manage all these different grants and trying to go for grants. So that really led to your position. So I appreciate it, because you've really brought it all together and you support staff, you're getting some great grants for the county and keeping track of everything based on capacity. So we're not just going for them just because they're out there. So,
Right.
yeah,
We're
thanks.
tackling the priorities. That's the goal.
Thank you.
Great. Are there any further questions or comments? No? Okay. And entertain a motion.
Chair, it sounds so funny without Madam Chair Ruman. I move that we adopt Resolution 24-79. This is amending the Master Policy and Procedure Manual, Policy 7, Grant Management Policy.
Second.
Okay, having the motion in a second. All those in favor of adopting Resolution 24-79?
Aye.
Aye.
And the resolution is adopted 3-0. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you both.
Okay. Well, Sam got a bit of a breather and he's on now. We'll go to 2480. Let's see, the funding outside organizations policy.
One more second, pulling another thing up. So this resolution in front of you will approve P18 funding of outside organizations policy. This policy primarily affects how outside organizations come to the county in order to request funds during the annual budget process. You'll see that it outlines the requirements for any organization that would request funding. That includes things like needing to be a nonprofit or a government agency, to have been in operation for at least 2 years, and to have a significant geographic interest in Gilpin County. It also sets out certain financial audit and reporting requirements for organizations to receive funding. And then it sets out the process by which they request that funding to the BOCC for you to approve or deny. There were some changes, I believe, on this particular policy.
Are those in the draft we have?
What's that?
Are those in the draft that we have then?
They are updated. I believe it was under the reporting requirements for the financial audits. Find that section.
And there was some discussion of over the 2-year threshold as well, as I recall.
There was, yes. Just identify those 2 spots. Right, so the first one that came under discussion was 0.3.4. You'll see there that we do have a requirement that outside organizations to have been in operation for at least 2 years of December 31st of the year preceding the application deadline or budget year. But we also have that requirement may be waived on a case-by-case basis via BOCC resolution. This was brought up as a requested change when it was pointed out that the new child care center, which I know the board wants to support, under the original language would not have been eligible for any funding. So this just provides that carve out that the BOCC on a case-by-case basis may waive it by resolution. That is the only requirement in the policy that has that particular provision carved out.
Yeah, I had a question, so you answered that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we changed the threshold under 5.2.2 and 5.2.3. I'm not finding in my notes what that originally was, but it was changed to that $2,000 figure that you'll see in there now. I believe it was maybe
we did that a while
a little
ago.
bit more, and then it was lowered, but I'm not sure. Fortunately, it's not in my notes, but I apologize.
That's okay. We did that a while back, the 2000. I do have questions when you're ready for them, if no one else
Anytime,
does.
go ahead.
Oh, all right. So it's more than semantics, these couple of questions. 1.1, the policy is outside organizations, and then it says in the first sentence, outside agencies, and agencies has a different definition or organization. So I just suggest that just be the same and be organizations throughout.
Seems like an easy change.
Yeah.
If there's any pushback
On
on
three,
that.
on 3.2, I have a question. It says that there would be the letter from the IRS or a IRS 990. So IRS 990, the nonprofit that would be for nonprofits that have $200,000 or more in, and I don't know if it's gross proceeds or I think it's probably gross and not net. Is that the intention? Because the easy form, 990 easy makes sense. That's a lower threshold. Then there's something called the 990N, which is for under 50,000. the EZs for over 50,000? Are we going to be granting to nonprofits with that? And we might, it's just a question. That have a proceeds, gross proceeds over 200,000. Because I don't know if something like the Belvedere, they might, within a year, have over 200,000 potentially.
Probably.
All right. So is that the intention, is that we leave all the
don't-
990
That
possibilities?
certainly isn't the intention from staff. It was more, this requirement here is more to ensure that their taxes are up to date, than to necessarily be an exclusion of of nonprofits making a certain amount. So I think the recommendation from staff would be to include that 990N form as well in there
Okay.
as a viable alternative.
Just all three of them, and so keep the 990 in there for the over 200,000.
Yes, I believe
Because
that
ultimately-
would be my recommendation.
All right.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the decisions will be the sitting board when the requests come. All right. Let's see. You answered that. I may have missed it, but I didn't see an appendix A. Did you submit one?
Yeah, so this is covered in the staff report. I apologize for not bringing it up initially. There is no appendix A included with you in this today. The resolution as it's written would authorize our office, the county manager's office, in conjunction with the finance department to develop that application in accordance with the requirements set out here.
We felt it would be relatively minor. Obviously, we'd be following the same system, incorporating the elements here that it doesn't, I don't think necessarily the board needs to see the form we're going to
Right,
be
that's
using.
one.
I misread it. I didn't see that to develop. I
Yes.
thought it was referencing it as well. Thank you. Then let's see, I have a question on 5.1 reporting. That's fiscal year. Do we want it fiscal year or do we want a calendar year? You had the mid-year of January 15th and the end of year, July 15th. Is because we fund on a calendar year. Would we want to just switch those?
You know, I'm not sure how that was missed, but I think for our particular financial year, that would make much more sense, wouldn't it?
Since we fund on a calendar. year.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right, then on the resolution, are we wanting, I know we had this discussion many work sessions ago, sorry. Are we wanting to spell out that it's a charitable nonprofit or 501c3 nonprofit? Because now it just says nonprofit. And as we've discussed before, there are so many different types, not all of which we would want to even get an application from necessarily.
That's under the resolution.
That's
You
the
said.
fourth item. So either of those clarifying would work if that's what the board would like to have in there.
So that's on the fourth whereas. The question is to delineate
Chair-
501c3.
Either 501c3 or charitable, because those have specific definition for nonprofits.
Instead of nonprofit,
Nonprofits, so many
instead of
different types.
third whereas,
Fourth,
fourth whereas.
it might be someone's too. That's just what I saw. Just for
Which
clarity.
includes the need to be a nonprofit, charitable.
Charitable nonprofit or 501c3 nonprofit.
Well, it specifies 501(c) in the policy, so
Yes.
just repeat it
Yeah.
here.
Just repeat it for,
Yeah, and I wouldn't say charitable because charitable would mean that they're just giving away funds, but something like the Belvedere
right.
would not qualify in terms of that.
And there are 501c.
Right, so I would just say
Okay.
501(c) or nonprofit.
Then my last thing really is, sorry, I feel like I made the meeting an hour longer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth whereas, Just the wording is off, and I'm wondering if it might say this policy sets out the process by which organizations may request funding. It has the
It
process.
looks to
in
be
there, right?
a typo.
Yeah,
This policy sets out the process by which organizations may request funding.
request. Yeah, does that make sense? Is that okay?
That's a quick question. Does significant geographic interests mean they have an interest in doing something in the county, like a business or other thing? Is that the idea?
Mhm.
Okay, just want to confirm, sorry.
It's kind of a odd wording, but I think my recollection is we talked about either the nonprofit was based in the county or served the county,
Right, okay.
even if they were based
My
elsewhere.
recollection of the discussion was that we didn't want to exclude organizations that might be based out of the county, but still do good work in the county.
Mhm. Right.
So this just places that requirement. They have to have that significant geographic interest, right? And
Mhm.
ultimately, that significant is, I would say, up to the board to determine, what is significant in this case.
Right.
I agree. I think that should be put in that definition should be put, just so that people are clear what that means. And I think we just kind of discussed it, but I just think it might help the public and businesses in the county understand that and not get comments from those that think they're part of this, but not really qualifying, so.
So are you suggesting a change somewhere?
Oh, no, just, well, defining that phrase, that just what you had described, in a way that I, and I'll defer to the commissioners. There isn't a definition section. I would recommend if we're going to define that particular term, to just define it in that provision. That would be 3.10 under the policy. We would just add a definition there at the end. I can type up something real quick. Just to add a little to this flavor, but again, it can be loose if you'd like it. I mean, if it's interpreted, I think it can be somewhat loose, but if it's a little broader, but I'll again defer to the commissioners on that. But and when I read it, I read a lot of things, obviously, but that one sounded just a little bit, I had to figure it out in my mind a little bit, so.
The term significant then is what you're saying?
Just significant geographic interest, yeah.
I think the line could just be added, significant geographic interest will be determined by the Board of County Commissioners.
There you go. That could work.
Okay.
There you go.
And then they can decide.
Good point.
That's all I have anyway.
And I think the changes or comments we'd had have already been incorporated.
Right.
So language I have here is 3.10 stays the same. It just adds another sentence at the end. The BOCC retains the right to determine what is a significant geographic interest in any funding application.
Okay, yeah,
Is that
that
okay?
sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't have to repeat all the amendments. Do you want to state them and I'll
As
just say
amended.
as described? I think there's what, 4 of them so far?
So 1.1 changes agencies to organizations. 3.2 adds where it reads an IRS 990 or 990 EZ form will add or 990 N form. 5.1 will switch mid-year and year-end reports to their proper dates. And then there's 2 changes in the resolution as well. Under the 4th, whereas 1, 2, 3, 4, it will add 501c3 preceding nonprofit. To read 501c3 nonprofit.
And then the fifth whereas would read, this policy sets out the process by which organizations may request funding, and for the BOCC to approve or deny that funding.
Okay.
Are you ready for the motion? Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt 24, Resolution 24-80, amending the Master Policy and Procedure Manual Policy -18, funding by outside organizations policy as with the amendments discussed.
My second?
Okay, having the motion in a second. All in favor of adopting Resolution 24-80?
Aye.
Aye.
And the resolution's adopted 3-0. Okay. Now we've got Resolution 24-17, the letter of support policy.
We have an updated version.
Oh,
for
okay,
you.
great.
Just a minor change on that up here. So this resolution will adopt P16 letter of support policy into the master policy and procedure manual. This need was also identified by staff to provide a process by which both internal and outside individuals, organizations may go about requesting letters of support from the board. Another thing that it does that I think is important to line out is it asserts the board's power to determine the county's official stance. So under this new policy, it would very clearly state that staff would not be able to write their own letters of support expressing support on behalf of the whole county. That was something that was brought up for discussion during the work session. So I just wanted to bring that up again. As it sits before you, that provision still stands. Another thing that was brought up during the work session, you'll see is the 2.4. So you'll see there's new language on that copy I just gave you. We wanted to be very careful here. You'll see now with the new language reading, in order to meet an upcoming deadline, the county manager may waive the stated requirements if they share the proposed letter individually with all commissioners. Each commissioners will give their approval or denial to the county manager. And if a majority consensus is reached, the letter will be retroactively approved by the BOCC at their next regular meeting. That change of language was just to ensure that the proper processes were going through, that consensus was being reached, and that each commissioner was still able to provide their approval or denial of any particular letter. Other than that, the policy remains unchanged from the work session, and I'll stand for any questions.
So to clarify that last point, we have used this before. When the board wants to send a letter, they give direction and overall kind of general direction. And then I draft a letter and then I send it to each of you individually. And then I wait for comments and then I compile those comments and then just wait for the consensus of 2 or more commissioners for a letter before it goes out. So we've done that before. And then I typically bring it to the next meeting and it's included as part of the manager's report.
I have a question on 2.3, and I'm not sure if this is in the right location. It goes through 2.2, goes through what we would like to see in a letter. And then 2.3 says following approval. So are we defining, we say if there's a deadline, this is how it's going to be approved. What do you consider approval for 2.3? is that going to the board with a resolution or how are you defining approval on 2.3?
2.3 would be board approval of the letter. But we can certainly make that clear in the language.
Okay, so the board approval
Yes.
and doesn't necessarily mean resolution or anything like that. It's just board approval.
It doesn't delineate here whether
Yeah.
it requires a resolution.
Yeah, generally, we wouldn't ask for a resolution for a letter.
So you just put following board approval, that would be.
But we would, I also noticed that one, Commissioner Mornis, I think for clarity, that it may need to say approval by vote of the board, because that way it'll be clear that we all have the opportunity to vote.
So as what I'm thinking this means is following, the normal process would be to bring it to the board at a board meeting and then have that. So I assume that's what 2.3 is describing is a board approval
Yes.
at a board meeting.
2.3, it outlines the process following that letter being brought to the board during a regular meeting, voted on, approved by the board, what happens next. And in this case, the chair would sign the letter and the clerk to the board would deliver the letter according to the instructions given by the requester.
Okay.
I just think I would prefer, sorry, go ahead.
Right, so I don't know if you can put that in like 3 words and say, or so it's understood what the process, the approval
I
process
think we
is.
could simply do following board approval at a regular meeting,
That'd be
or
fine.
regular or special meeting,
Or by vote of the board,
Or
is
by
what
vote
I
of
was
the
going to
board.
suggest.
whatever.
The reason I think it's important to have it in there is that there have been times where the full board did not support a letter and the majority, the board did, and still the letter still went out. But we were given the opportunity to weigh in whether we supported a particular letter or not.
And just describing what that approval is and include the board, county commissioners at a meeting and majority.
So instead, just say following the BOCC's vote.
So I think following BOCC approval implies the majority, whether that's 2 or 3,
I think
because
it's
there's no board action unless there's a consensus.
But I think I just feel like it needs to be clear that it came to the board. That we had, that it was voted on as a board. We each weighed in.
As a board, and typically it's at a meeting or a special meeting.
The language I've jotted down here is following approval by the BOCC at a regular or special meeting.
I think you
comma,
can just say public meeting.
or a
would be enough.
public meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah, would be fine too.
that's true. Mhm.
This one's contemplating a meeting. The 2.4 is contemplating working with the commissioners individually and then daylighting the letter after.
And 2.4 allows the county manager to waive the requirements. So 2.3 could be waived entirely, and it would be in this case.
Which he does do with letters, other things, they always come our way. Yeah.
There's no worries of a contradiction between those 2 sections.
I have one more.
Okay.
Just noticed it now. 2.2, all the numbers don't follow. They all are 2.3s. So just making them 2.2s.
Ah, thank you. Yes. Do all the numbering by hand, and I guess one slips through.
Mhm.
One thing I do want to point out that was brought up during the work session is under 3.0, that submittal part. It's just, there's other requirements that all items that come to the board have to meet. But we didn't want to be redundant. So we really try to pare this down as much as possible to only include additional requirements. And then you'll see that referenced under 3.1, just that as with any item submitted, it needs to be in congruence with that agenda policy.
Mhm. Okay.
Makes
that makes sense.
Sam, just so it reads, all letter of support, you mean all letters?
You mean all letters.
Sorry, that's my biggest contribution.
You may get more than one.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding this policy?
I have no more.
I have none.
Okay,
Are you ready?
yes, so entertain a motion.
Um, Chair Berman, I move that we adopt Resolution 24-72, amending the Master Policy and Procedure Manual, Policy 16, Letter of Support Policy, with the corrections or amendments just made.
I second.
Okay, having a motion and a second. All in favor of adopting Resolution 2472? Aye. And the resolution is adopted 3-0. Okay. Okay, and then.
That's all for me. Thank you,
That's it.
commissioners.
Sam,
Jobs.
appreciate your work on this. Brad Benning, the county attorney, 24/7.
Yes. So we are doing our annual lease to Gary Gambino. His property's in the middle of Arvada, and an unincorporated portion of Arvada, right in the middle of Arvada. Again, we do that for the purpose of building our water rights up. And you use it or lose it, and then we hope to put these to good use in the future, and that's why we lease them out. And again, they're been leased again this year, 4 inches of our church ditch water. I don't think I need to add more unless the board wants to know. I know that Commissioner Mornis has curiosity on where exactly this was, so that's where it was. And obviously this is the church ditch, which comes out of the well, on Highway 6. So it comes out of the mountains there, and then it goes a lot of places and many, many miles. And one of those places again is where our rights are being used in the middle of Arvada. In an unincorporated area, and they're growing hemp and they're growing hay and other things. So that's supporting us, and so we're glad to have that. We do only charge them the costs that we have, our annual costs with the Church Ditch Water Authority, and so that was $740 this year based on our annual payment to the ditch company. So with that, commissioners, I would like this approved. It'd be great.
So we just had in our vouchers, the charge for it. So that is with the total charge to the county, and then they pay that back through this lease.
So we charge them our costs. So we don't make any profit. They just will pay that 740. And then yeah. So we consider this a benefit for us by doing that. But again, at the court, it's the commissioner's discretion on whether they do want to charge more for that use. I'm not sure what he makes. I know it's not a huge area that he's farming, but yeah, that's what we decided to do. Again, it's a benefit to us to have that used by someone. And that's Gary Gambino and his farm right now.
But we pay a fee.
We don't pay any fees. No, there's the only fee that.
If we approve.
What's that?
We had something in our voucher.
Oh, I'm sorry. We paid to the Church Ditch Water Authority. That's $740.
That's what it was.
That's where that number goes into our lease that we put that on Gary Gambino. So it's cost neutral there to us, essentially.
All right, thank you.
I just have a question in the wording, and this is not the resolution, so I won't worry about it. So it's just in the description. So.
Okay. It's not another S. Somebody needs an S somewhere.
Nobody needs this.
I'm happy to find one.
Change those plurals.
That's right.
Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Is it my turn? I've lost track. Oh, it's Marie.
Okay. Madam Chair, I make motion to adopt resolution 24-70, authorizing the execution of real property lease agreement with Gary Gambino.
I second.
Okay, having the motion in a second, all in favor of adopting Resolution 24-70?
Aye.
And the resolution's adopted 3-0. Great. And then next we have for an election update, Sahari McCormick, our clerk and recorder.
Good afternoon again, commissioners.
Good afternoon.
As you know, I can speak for hours to elections, so I will do my best to be brief. Last Friday, we created the ballots for the June 25th, 2024 primary. Overseas ballots will be actually mailed at the end of next week. With the election fast approaching, I wanted to take a minute and explain some important facts about Gilpin's upcoming election and its security. For starters, I take elections and election security extremely seriously. I follow statute carefully to ensure this. All election tasks are done by bipartisan teams of election workers. Election workers must pass a criminal background check. No one person has control of any one job. There's always accountability to another worker. Parties can rest assured that the worker representing their party is holding themselves and their teammate to a high standard. Election workers receive training from the state, from myself, and are supervised as work progresses. Workers are trained for their specific job, but also for security with the equipment and ballots they handle and threat detection. They will be taking something called CEL training, which is Counterterrorism Intelligence Learning Lab. They're short training lessons, but they're quite intense. Election equipment is secure. Now, a lot of people don't realize that there are two types of election equipment. First, our voter registration database comes from the Secretary of State, and those computers are connected to the internet so we can get real-time voter data. Laptops in the voting center are connected to the internet so that election workers can look up voters in order to process them for voting in person. This system is completely separate from where ballots are cast and tabulated. And I might add here, when we look up a voter, if they've already voted, they don't get a second chance. So if they have returned a ballot and now want to vote in person, if they did a mail ballot and now want to vote in person, they're not permitted. One vote per person. Users for this state system need multi-factor authentication to access the data they are trained to access. I control the user access, and workers are only assigned access to the job or jobs they will hold. The Secretary of State's office can perform this role also. The Secretary of State's office has an extremely high level of security and monitors that system to keep it secure. They partner with the FBI, CBI, Department of Homeland Security, and other agencies to keep elections and election systems secure. The other equipment we have is the equipment that voters cast their ballots on and the equipment that actually counts the ballots. And this is not connected to the internet and never has been. The voting machines in the voting center and all the equipment that scans ballots and tabulates votes is not connected to the internet. Voting systems equipment is only connected to itself, and all data from it must be transferred to other computers for recording via flash drives. Only certain people are authorized to use this counting equipment, and they actually sign forms following that policy. This equipment will be tested for the election on May 22nd in a public logic and accuracy test. This test is to ensure the machines are scanning and tabulating ballots properly. Workers complete batches of ballots and hand count them. The hand count is then compared to the machine count. This test isn't complete until everything matches and that all equipment is certified to be functioning properly. In addition to all of this, our election equipment is in a locked room that has 24/7 camera surveillance and requires a key card to enter. Election equipment such as laptops and voting machines are moved out of storage just prior to the election. Only myself and my chief deputy have access to the election room and its storage rooms. All who enter the room with us are required to sign in also. So there is a written log. We have been planning proactively since January for June's election and its security. I am the only one who has the passwords for all computers used in the election, including the firewall. Recently, staff and I attended EPIC. EPIC stands for Elections Preparedness for Infrastructure and Cybersecurity. That's a mouthful. Commissioner Hollingsworth attended also. I have updated our contingency plan since that training, and election workers will receive additional training for being prepared for all kinds of scenarios, from a power outage to a medical emergency. Gilpin County standards for our employees is to uphold their duties with honesty and integrity. Myself and my staff all hold ourselves to a high level of honesty and integrity, and I expect my election workers to uphold their duties in the same manner. I will be pushing out posts and information on the life cycle of a ballot so everyone can understand what happens from the moment they return their ballot until the results are announced on election night and even beyond. There will be posts and made about the security of our processes also, and questions are always welcome. Are there any questions now?
I don't know if it's really a question, but when I was in the EPIC, the facilitator was from Homeland Security. So he was very focused on cybersecurity. And it was mentioned that, you had mentioned that we had a number of people that were unaffiliated, got both ballots and voted both ballots.
Correct.
So then neither vote counted.
Correct.
And I was sitting next to someone in Jefferson County, and she said they had over 500 people that did that. So it was 500 votes that weren't counted because
Correct.
people didn't do the process. And I don't know how else to get the word out, because I think you've done it. It's on the ballot, it's on the sleeve.
Right.
it's-
It is actually printed on the ballot this year. It hasn't been in years past, but we still had 29 people that voted both ballots. That's significant, I think, for our voter pool. El Paso County had over 6,000. So our numbers are minuscule compared, but that was 29 people whose ballots didn't count, their vote didn't count. And it was printed on the envelope that they signed, it was printed on the voter instructions, as well as the ballot that they completed. So I'm not sure how else. It was in the newspapers, it was on social media. I saw it on the regular media, on the news. Unaffiliated voters can only vote one ballot. I'm not sure how else to reach them. We tried.
You are reaching out and trying a lot of different ways to educate the voters. And that's very important that you're doing that. And we appreciate that you're
Thank you.
making the effort to do so.
I can't believe we're looking down at June already, but it's coming up
It
fast.
is.
Coming up fast.
I know that we have talked about what's proper and improper around elections. And I feel like in general, people know about the 100-foot rule. Can you explain the 20-day rule?
The 20-day rule that you must live in the state for 20 days prior to.
No, the rule that it's like not, how is it written in there?
So I believe it's within the 100 feet and within 20 days of the polling location. There's a prohibition on electioneering in that
Okay.
timeframe.
So just to clarify that, my understanding is that, again, as soon as you put in the ability for people to vote, so you're putting your first drop box, that it starts there and then it ends after the election and after all the election workers are completed with their job at post-election.
Correct, because we don't want
So it's-
people, I mean, people are permitted to be watchers at ballot boxes, but we don't want people at ballot boxes trying to convince the voter how they should vote. And drop boxes do open 20 days ahead of time of the election.
Thank you.
So they'll be opening June 5th this year.
So it has that tie-in to the ballot boxes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Although if you really think about it, somebody who's driving up to the ballot box to drop their ballot, they're not completing it there. So, but it's a good rule of thumb.
And that's in statute. That's a statutory requirement.
I think so. I'm
It
not-
has to be. And
Yeah.
I know that, yeah, yes. We've talked to the Secretary of State on that as well.
Mhm.
So,
Right.
yeah.
All right,
Okay,
thank
So
you.
that's state statutes.
Yes, the state is very strict with electioneering.
Okay, and so, well, the ballot box is open on June 5th. What's the exact date for the voting?
The voting center will open June 17th, and then election day is June 25th.
Okay,
Ballots will be mailed on June 3rd, but currently our vendor is in Phoenix. So they drop them in Phoenix on June 3rd, and then they usually hit Gilpin by Thursday or Friday of that week. Last election, it was a little slower than it has been.
I'm not sure. Have you heard the latest on the jail voting? Did they pass that?
I heard it passed one
Chamber.
but I don't know about the other.
Would that?
And I haven't, to be perfectly honest, I have not followed as to where how the wording has gone. Because we were trying to get certain limits for jail voting. You know, Gilpin has approximately 40 inmates. At least half of them are felons and unable to vote. And we were trying to get some boundaries in there so that we weren't required to set up for 6 hours for 20 people who may or may not vote.
So in the CCI steering on Thursday,
Mhm.
it wasn't amended to, it was only amended that small counties still have to have a full day as of Thursday. So we'll see how that goes. The effort to say you can close shop when you're done didn't go through.
And that's going to be a financial issue as well as a time issue for Gilpin County, but there are counties out there that are smaller. There's one county that I heard of that has 3 inmates and requiring them to be open for 6 hours. It
yeah. Well, or they were even saying that there may be a chance where the jail's empty and there's still, will have to have
right.
something set up for them.
It'll be interesting to see how the bill winds up finishing.
Okay. Do you have any other, are there any other questions? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for doing this.
Anytime, you know, I can talk for hours about elections.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to the county attorney's report.
Thank you, Commissioners. Obviously, the 2 big items, 1 and 2, we've been through that before. I am going to be putting a request to, when Sarah's back next week, to get some scheduled executive sessions to discuss water rights matters and where we're at on some items. So I'll be doing that. The roads memo, again, still adding to it. There's a lot going on in roads. It's where it's at right now. The accessibility, I know that I've worked with Sam and Melanie. We've been looking at this. I am glad we got a reprieve by the legislature. But we're still working on that. And I think we all recognize that we want to get that done before 2025, July of 2025. So I had a good meeting on our 1041s. Tom Neer, again, as you might remember, our contractors or attorneys that are doing that, law firm is doing that. They're proceeding with their 1041 regulations, and that's going well, I understand. I did my work last week or several weeks ago, a couple weeks ago, was to work with Tom Neer, our mapping specialist, to get everything covered. And he did do a good job on that. I do have some questions. The map, which was kind of interactive, seems to not be interactive anymore. So I just want to look at that with him and talk with that. We looked at bodies of water, significant bodies of water, watersheds, corridors, interchange buffer areas, wildlife corridors, interchanges, and all those were marked. And then we also included the boundaries of the cities, just so that everyone's clear on where things are at, so you can kind of get a sense. And we did highlight the roads so that people can kind of look and know where things are on the map in that regard. I did attend a DOLA meeting, local government. I've been looking for water opportunities that came up. So I know it's a short meeting, but it's helpful. We have our new ordinance for licensing massage business. We have not done any work on that yet. We do want some direction from the commissioners. I think the direction would be, I just want to make sure that we proceed with with getting that done, revising our current.
Has it passed? Because as of Thursday,
Oh,
that was mentioned and the website accessibility hadn't passed yet.
oh, okay. Thank you for that. Well then, yeah, I thought it was going to pass, but
Today's Tuesday, so who knows?
right, exactly. Well, I'll hold off on that right now. We'll see. As Clerk in Court, Sahara McCormick mentioned, I have been working with her on some election messaging. We just had a meeting with her. Melanie Blyer was involved as well. And we reviewed that and gave her some input on that, but she did a great job, so there wasn't that much. Some additional contracts we had. We're working on the emergency shelter. And just this week, this Monday, the law that did pass was the law that requires emergency shelters to also accept animals. It's really dogs and cats, and then the animals that are qualify under the ADA for assist animals and that sort of thing. So we're going to be revising that IGA, and I'm doing that this week. And I hope to get that done. I will have Sarah look at to clean anything up as far as the format and that sort of thing when she's back on Monday. Working on contract. So Jefferson Center House, that's done. Rob has done a good job on that. I need to touch base with him, frankly, to see how I can help on that project. 9, exactly.
I thought that was taken off the table.
That's what I thought too but I was a little confused on where things Sarah and I were talking about it. I guess we were both confused on where that was. So, yeah.
The last I heard at the board meeting was it was not forever gone, but that it's postponed at best.
Okay.
Because of their funding. Right now, they're trying to finish some other projects, housing projects, and get those done before taking on another.
Okay. Thank you. No, yeah, we were confused by that. So I should have asked some questions earlier, but yeah. We do have a big enforcement case. Well, it could be an enforcement case by our community development, or it's going to be a legal case that goes to court up on the miners or the Glory Hole property and the surrounding and some of the adjacent mining claims that are probably there. They're owned by Gilpin Mining LLC. And they have had trespassers on their property for a long time. They went to court several months ago, but I understand the sheriff's office mislabeled the citation number. So when they arrived in court, the court dismissed it, not with no prejudice, but had told them to refile. And they've kind of delayed in refiling it because I don't know why, but I've been talking with the owners, the 2 representative owners, and trying to understand this. We indicated to them that we do want the property cleaned up, and we're happy if they do that through they go to court, criminal court, to enforce basically 3rd-degree trespass on those. And I talked that with the deputies, and that's one option. They were looking at potential of doing well, that's what they were going to do. And so again, I've been talking with them. I've been working with the 2 just to see what their plans are. I think that I have a conference call this week with them. And I'm going to be indicating that, again, we'd like to get this moving. In the sheriff's office, I know one of the concerns with the sheriff's office is there's so many people up there that they need to take quite a lot, most of the sheriff's office deputies for security when they do go on site. So they're just wrangling with that right now. And how that, because that would take, again, most of their resources to one location. And it's a big, looks like a big project to clean up as well. So let's see. I'm still looking at different ways we might want to benefit our county with fire control, especially including cisterns. So looking for opportunities where that might come into play, and looking at different avenues that we may be trying to put those in various parts of the county, and potential water. So we're looking at that. But that may, again, we're looking at that as well. Looking at a social media and retention policies right now as well. And then Aqua, we had our regular meeting this last month, or this month and at the beginning of this month, and had a productive meeting. Aqua again is doing more projects for our watershed. And I am looking for, I know the county got initially, and this was last year, got money to do projects. And they say Trout Unlimited was able to do projects inside the county, in Gilpin County. So they try and move that money around to benefit different parts of the watershed. So we'll see if we do get some more opportunities for Gilpin, but I'll keep an eye on that. So that's all I have. Thanks, Commissioners.
Okay, and now the county manager's report.
Thank you, Commissioners. You have my written report in front of you. I'll just hit some of the highlights here. The next meeting is May 14th, as you know, regular meeting. It is the only meeting in May. The board canceled the second meeting in May because of the CCI conference. So I would expect a similar larger agenda as today. So come prepared. Work session schedule. We've completed our regular legislative discussions. The Libius group are planning to come to the board on, I believe it's June 4th for the work session, to kind of give a wrap up, a summary after the session has closed and talk about kind of the process. And I think it's a good opportunity, not just talk about the legislative session, but talk about this is the first time we've had a lobbyist for the county and whether that was a beneficial arrangement or not at that point with them or after them, but at least we can have that discussion. The June 25th, there was mentioned during the election discussion, we will not be meeting here. We will be meeting at the community center for June 25th, that Tuesday. Just wanted to remind the board and the public of that change because this building will be very busy and this room will be used for the election. May 21st is our next regular scheduled work session. Originally was planned to have historic preservation topics then. We're not able to have that. And so I can shift things around. At this point, I just have a tour with a question mark on the agenda. If the board is interested in going and visiting the red tail cabins, maybe East Portal, kind of seeing some historic sites in the county or other sites out in the field is kind of a tour. So that's a question for the board. If you want to weigh in now or let me continue to go, whatever your preference is on work session on May 21st.
No, I had thought, or at what point are we doing our jail tour?
So that's on the 14th.
The
of the regular
14th?
meeting. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, 14th of June?
May.
May.
So the next regular meeting is going to be the jail tour. Is it before or after?
It's
It's after.
at 3 p.m.
Okay. perfect.
The other option for that work session date on May 21st was possibly the sign unveiling if we wanted to just have it that day. or
Correct.
a different day too.
So we have the signs, the name escapes me, but the 4 various signs around the county, historic tourism signs. Thank you. Appreciate that. They're getting installed here very soon. We want to do an unveiling for one of them. So we'll work on trying to schedule that with the board. Other work session dates are listed, topics to be determined.
Going back to the May 21st possible work session, could that include the weeks?
So we could drive by, definitely, but we can't get inside. It's been difficult to facilitate that, but they are planning on doing a private event where the board is invited. They haven't finalized that, but it is looking at sometime in June. So we definitely could drive by Lincoln Hills and see the site from the outside. And once we have confirmation of the event on June, we will definitely be sharing that with the board.
Thank you.
The staff's been working very hard on the digital accessibility requirements and that deadline. More they dig in, this more concerned they are. So we're definitely keeping an eye on that House bill that would delay any sort of penalties, but we would need to develop a plan for the accessibility here by July 1st. IT specialists remains open. The deputy clerk to the BOCC is now an open position. I sent an email to the board and they're aware. Unfortunately, Lindsay Denton has found another employment. Luckily, it's with Gilpin County as our new financial analyst. So sadly, this is the last time she will be here at the commissioner meeting, but she will be remaining with Gilpin County. And this new position is something right in line with her degree or MBA. So we're very happy to have her in this new role. Sorry to have her leave, of course, but we're happy that Melanie Blyer has agreed to fill in until we find the position. So starting on May 14th, we will have Melanie serving in that role. She was deputized this morning. So she will be the new deputy clerk to the board until we find a replacement. I also referenced that there is a staff member that will be going on FLMA here soon as well. So the capacity for the manager's office is expected to diminish until we can get everyone back and fully staffed. So appreciate your patience and the public's patience as we work through this time. May 8th is a busy day. We have the building plan review and inspection service town hall. That's going to be here in this building at 6 p.m. There's also an US 6 construction closure update. I'm not sure if that's public or not, but it also is that same day. And then that also on May 8th is the Central City Clear Creek Superfund site community meeting at 5:30. So divide and conquer, I guess, is the name of the game for May 8th. There was also a meeting ironically scheduled this morning for 10 o'clock for I-70 closure and how it would impact Gilpin. I clearly was not able to attend. So I asked Director Combs to attend and share any sort of pearls from that. So if there's anything more, I'll definitely report back to the board. I did attend the Colorado Managers Conference, which is a wonderful peak-to-peak creative corridor meeting, resolution training, but that's really for staff to facilitate the resolutions and to really facilitate these meetings for the board. So it's less wordsmithing, that it's very clear as to what the intention of the board is moving forward. Moffett Tunnel Lease, the first meeting did occur. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend. Commissioner Bruman attended the first meeting. They're going to be pausing any further meetings until after the legislative sessions ends on May 8th. That date can't come soon enough for that to be over. And then also attended the Rollinsville work session as well, which was very productive for an hour. There was a meeting that occurred approximately 2 weeks ago with the manager of Central City and their community development director and our community development director to follow up from the joint meeting from the city and the county. Topic was housing. So it was a productive meeting. We were there for a good while. And so when the joint meeting happens with the board and Central City Council, we're looking for some significant updates. And I say significant under quotes because one of the directors referenced significant. So I said, I'll hold you to significant. We'll see what that means exactly. But we are starting communication, which is very encouraging as we've worked through housing. The topics for the next joint meeting will be really Central City's prerogative. So they're going to be putting together the agenda since we put together the first one, but it likely will include housing since that was the kickoff there.
Could you repeat the date for that?
The joint meeting with Central City, it's in June, do you recall?
It's June 11th. Sorry, June 11th.
Thank you.
What,
And it's gonna be here. I
here at
believe it's gonna
2:30?
be, because it's following our
2 o'clock,
BOCC meeting, so I believe
2
it's at
o'clock. We have an invite.
Perfect,
And both cities were invited again,
of
correct?
course.
Yes.
It's an open invitation to Blackhawk. They have declined, but our invitations will continue to go out for their engagement. There is a draft letter that I was hoping to have more finalized to share with you today. It's currently drafted from the Public Works Director to the CDOT Regional Director regarding the concerns the county raised about the removal of the snowplow during the snow event. So I'm reworking that letter, but I really wanted to raise it here for the board to see if this is a letter you send to the CDOT Commissioner versus our Public Works Director to the staff person here. I'm obviously recommending that the board send the letter and it goes to the CDOT Commissioner than just from a staff level. But as I'm working on this letter, I'm not entirely sure who's going to be sending it. So the question is, do you want to send a letter as the board to CDOT about the concerns regarding the removal of the state snowplow that impacted public safety during the snow event of, was it March 13th?
I think it's important that we do send it.
I'm kind of mixed because we didn't experience it. The board did not experience it, but Public Works did.
So there's references to their experience and their
Right. So
which
it
is,
might have more power because they experienced it. So maybe I would suggest that maybe the draft come to us. We could look at it.
okay.
Kind of see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, even though they experienced it, it does affect our county and had negative
Sure.
effects. So I think it coming from the Board of County Commissioners kind of raises it up a
And-
bit.
Or it could come from both. Doesn't have to be a either or.
Okay.
Right.
So let me draft it from the board and then I'll hear from feedback from each of you individually as to next steps, but it's still in the draft phase.
I wanted to go back. You were saying there's, didn't quite catch the date, a Superfund site meeting.
So that's going to be May 8th. It's at 5:30 PM.
And just to confirm, I have them also coming to the May 14th
they're
meeting.
coming
So
here.
they will be, that May 8th, they're basically going to be doing the same update for you guys at the May 14th meeting.
But it will be a community meeting, so it'd be different.
Oh, it'd be different.
Same topics and discussion.
Superfund in any particular area or just the whole county?
So the Superfund site, a special operating unit includes Central City and Idaho Springs. And so this is a wide mining area in general.
There was
But-
one that came, was that 2 years ago? They came and presented, and it's operating unit 5. And it includes parts of District 1, Central City and beyond a little bit. And they were offering to residents to come up and do assessments on their property, but the landowners could opt in if they wanted. They were gonna collect data and then talk about mitigation, what they could do or not do for mitigation.
Given the conflicts, and I'll be at the building meeting that day, I've asked our Public Health Director Witt to attend that meeting in Idaho Springs. And so to answer
Okay.
your question, Commissioner Morris, it's at the United Center. It's in my staff report, but it's 1440 Colorado Boulevard in Idaho Springs. And we can get you the flyer as well. I believe they have a flyer for that, or there's some notice with that.
Thank
But-
you.
So there'll be those 3. In the staff report, you had the community engagement report, the current information. Just know that a lot of those elements are going to be taken a pause and as that staff person shifts to the primary role as the clerk to the board and those functions, preparing the agenda and supporting the board. You also have a new update for the grant report. And this really came from the new software, so appreciate the authorization to that and saved a lot of time. And it gives you way more information, individual information than before about where specific grants are, and it's colored coded to guide you. So that's going to be the new format for the grant reports to the board. If you have any specific questions, please reach out on that. 2 follow-up items that I've taken notes from this meeting is the VSO appointment by July. And then the ambulance authority for the county to opt in also by that same date. So I'll be working with the appropriate staff member. So those are the two follow-up, unless I'm missing anything. Just let me know. And that concludes I know I covered a lot. So ask any questions you may have.
I'm not sure we really answered your question about May 21st. You were asking if we might want to do tours
Yes.
or the sign or.
So we could do the sign, we could, Red Tail Cabin, I have never seen the building. It'd be nice to see the building. I don't know if all three of you have seen the building.
No. Is that going to be, I know there's been a question of accessibility though, with getting up there.
So
Snow may or may not, or the roads may
do
or
we
may
need
not be in
snowshoes
good
that
way.
day?
Yeah.
Might be early.
Because I know it's up, I don't know exactly where it is, but it's pretty high and the roads are pretty.
So it's off
Right.
Robinson Hill Road is my understanding. So it's not like off Mammoth Gulch or up at the higher elevation. So I think it's going to be fine in May.
Oh, okay.
Watch it snow that day and
I know.
Yeah,
You
that's
just
right.
jinxed the whole thing,
Yeah,
right?
so,
Can I add to this dialogue a little bit? So I was contacted by, we worked on the Red Tail Cabins and the easement put together. The owner, and I can't put the other owner, I can't have his name right now, but he wants to amend it. There's an issue going on. So I'm going to be talking with him this week and trying to figure out if that's something that is beneficial to us, but he's identified some issues. So not with the county, it's all friendly, but he just wants to amend some things. So
sounds like it would be good timing then to do a
Yeah,
tour for some
exactly.
context.
Awesome. Okay. Okay, good. So having that finished, then we do have public or press comment. And again, limited to 3 minutes, and County Manager Rears will be keeping time. Do we have anyone signed up?
Donna O'Cray Parman.
My name is Donna O'Gray Parman. I live at 529 High Point Circle. I have 2 items for you today that I come to you as a founder of the Gilpin Light. I have got a lot of response from people who are concerned about this new food pantry that's being planned. And we were here on March 19th at a work session, at which time the female architect made a presentation about the day that you all decided that plan number 3 was the one that you were choosing. And at that time, the young man that is he's with the administration on that project. What's his name? Your
Director
employee.
Keenan?
Keenan, thank you. Mr. Keenan had asked the architect when she would plan to possibly have some numbers back, because they didn't come with any costs of the project. He actually asked for professional cost estimates. He said, would it be possible to get those back within 3 weeks? And she said, yes. And if you want, I have the video here to show you, and where Mr. Rears said, so what we've come to here then is that there's a consensus of the board that we're moving forward with number 3. And then the request that Mr. Keenan made about numbers. So the young woman said, yeah, that they could have those back to you in 3 weeks. So what are they? Because it's been 6 weeks. Do you have a proposed cost estimate for the new building that was the food pantry and now is the community annex?
So there's no obligation to respond to your questions, but.
Yeah, you're just doing a public comment right at this point.
Well, how do I
We'll
get that
see.
information?
I was gonna say, just so on our website, under Human Services, there's a great, because I didn't realize it was posted yet, but there's a great Q&A about the food pantry users, and then it goes into the new building and timelines. And I believe on there, it said that it would be April, May, but I might be remembering wrong, before they had so, because once it left us, it's staff discussion, so we may not have an answer
We don't
for
have
you.
any
It's kind of my
answer at
bottom
this
line.
point.
So are you saying that you don't have a estimate of what that building's gonna cost?
We don't have it.
You don't?
So the
None
staff,
of you do?
but
As a
the
board.
staff may be the staff is working on it. It's a staff.
Well, then how do I find out? I mean, they said that they'd come back with as estimate in 3 weeks, and that was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I feel like we're getting the runaround. I really do, because this is our money, this is our plan, and a lot of people are not in favor of the plan. And by the way, we started a nice research project, and we went to the food pantry for the first time and signed in and shopped. And this is not about the people that work for the food pantry. They couldn't have been more accommodating. They were friendly and informative and taught us how to do everything. But it's about the need for that big building, and it's about moving it from where it is now. I have had 9 letters from citizens. I don't know how often you get 9 letters about anything, but 9 letters from people who are saying, why can't it be where it is? Why are we going down the street, taking out a forest of trees, and then having to run all new utilities and everything else, which is where it's at is open and ready with utilities. So I think there's a lot of things that need to be discussed from the perspective of the people who are going to pay, even if it's with grants that come from the government. Because right now I'm looking at what I found on your website this morning, and it says that as of May, which is tomorrow, you are anticipating the completion of task 1, 2, 3, which was picking, I think it's not real specific, but picking the plan, and that the construction drawings are due. So how can you be going forward with construction drawings and you don't even have, I can't believe you don't have a number.
Okay, are we finished?
Well, that's that topic.
minutes.
Yeah,
4
it's-
minutes.
I have,
okay, okay.
well, is there
Thank you,
anybody
Donna.
else that wants to talk? Because really, you guys, let's just be a little bit
So,
gracious.
we're not.
I
done with
waited for 2.5 hours, and please just let me hit my
Donna.
second topic. Will you allow me to hit the second topic?
Well, actually, I mean, we've been doing our meetings since 9 o'clock. And
been watching
we
you
do have
since
3
noon.
minutes. And so we do need
Are
to
you
go
going to tell
ahead.
me I can't do my second topic?
I'm sorry, we do have, and it was
Can we have a
stated
vote
clearly.
on such a thing? This is absurd. This is
Oh.
absurd. There's not one other person in this room, not one other citizen
Donna,
here.
please, you're using up a lot of time begging for it. I would-
Yeah,
I
I
would
am
agree to
begging, because I
30
want to talk to
seconds.
you
I
specifically.
would agree to 30 seconds. Yeah. Because
Commissioner Hollings.
we're not done with our meeting yet.
What? You guys
There's
have a
more.
report.
There's more for there's more. we
Anyway,
need to
we're just
finish
taking
with
so
it.
much time. Just go. Go for
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Commissioner Hollingsworth, you are a candidate in the upcoming election. So I'm going to ask you to please agree with, I have already asked Commissioner Mornis about this. I'd asked Mr. Rears about this, and we have discussed it in emails where I'm asking you, please, to remove the final line in the employee handbook under political activity, which permits all employees of the county in any building to respond to people's questions about the election. That was changed from years and years. There was in the handbook a statement that said employees are prohibited from using their official authority
6
or
minutes.
county resources for the purposes of interfering with or affecting the result of an election or a nomination for office, or to support or oppose in any way any candidate or ballot issue. And
Donna,
then you
Okay.
changed it to say
Donna.
that employees can do
not
such a
here-
thing.
I'm sorry. I'm not here as a candidate.
Well, no, but
You're
you are a
welcome to,
candidate.
and I don't know about all this interaction.
No, I
I don't know
just
about
asked,
the email.
I asked Mrs.
And
Morris, and
so-
I'm asking you, Because she said, fine,
Ask me.
I think it's right that the employees should not be able to campaign on the job. So can you,
It does
and
say,
Mrs.
it
Broom
says
and me
that.
too,
Okay, no, I'm sorry,
it does say that.
Donna. Now, we've extended 3 minutes and we need to go ahead and move on with our meeting. These are discussions that you can have, in person with the commissioners.
Right, I
at
tried to
another-
avoid even bothering you with it, but Mr. Rears said he wouldn't look at it until November. We already have 2 elections by that time, and this list of all your amendments, they go from February to May to June to December. There's no, let's look at the employee handbook every November. All of these amendments have done all throughout the year. And I'm asking you if you would please,
Okay.
Chairwoman, bring it up and have that sentence removed that was just added recently in our history.
Donna, thank you for your time. We appreciate your passion, but we do need to go on with our meeting. We're still on the clock here. And, it is clearly stated that it's limited 3 minutes for public.
I know, and that's something we're going to address in a future day because there is not a single person here to talk. I waited 2.5 hours and I had 2 items. But you know what? It is important about this electioneering thing.
Okay,
Because
we've already,
there's
this
if
has
there's an
been
election now.
discussed and we need to go ahead and move on from here.
All right.
And do we have anyone online that may want to?
No, Chair Berman.
Okay, we're good. Okay, so now we'll go on with the Board of County Commissioners report. Anyone have, if they want to list what's been going on and the commissioners? Okay.
She can go first.
And are we making statements during our?
Yes, you're allowed to make it is time if
I'm not saying I,
commissioners want to make.
I'm not
a
saying I
short
want to make a
statement.
statement. As you're aware, I was out 1 week for a family thing. I did attend the CCI Steering Committee's April 11th, 12th, and 25th. GROC, our opioid council, we had our meeting to consider the final funding contracts, and we'll pick that up further. Unfortunately, the contracts didn't get to completion, and so our funding for the co-responder for the sheriff's office is delayed longer, and Sheriff Armstrong was not able to attend, but I let him know that. I also attended the Peak to Peak Creative Corridor Planning Summit, which was held here. I support the concept of it, so I wanted to hear who attended and the excitement for it, but I don't intend to attend on an ongoing basis, but it was the first one of those meetings. And then I was in 2 CCAT property tax legislation meetings, which is still going on, the discussions. So that was my other week.
I attended the Belvedere tour that was provided to the commissioners were asked to attend. And I also went to the Rollinsville town hall, or I think it was a work session. Rollinsville work session. It was very well attended. And I went on vacation and I enjoyed myself for 1 week.
Well, while you were enjoying yourself, again, we were at CCI and CCAT steering committee meetings, as well as there were several meetings discussing the Property Tax Commission and proposals for property tax. I did attend as representative for Gilpin County, the Moffett Tunnel lease discussion. It was the first stakeholders meeting. We are waiting because Union Pacific is interested in 3 proposals or 3 legislative issues that are coming through that have to do with rail transportation as well as one Senate Bill 190, which specifically mentions the Moffett Tunnel lease. And
Special
that-
meeting, we had a special meeting.
Pardon?
We had a special meeting last week too, as well.
Oh, right. And then with the special meeting as well, that had to do with the property taxes and trying to get some information and seeing what we could get from staff. So upcoming, as notice of public meetings, as County Manager Rears has stated, we have a community development meeting at 6 p.m. on May 8th. Then also the regular BOCC meeting, which will be at, the May 8th meeting will be here in the courthouse in the Commissioners' meeting room. And then also, again, we'll have our May 14th BOCC meeting, 9 o'clock here.
And we also, I get it on, and we also had the Board of Health training meeting.
Oh,
on
right, coming
May
up
7th.
on the 7th. So we'll be training and getting more information on the Board of Health processes. And that's it.
And also the jail tour with the May 14th.
But that's not until, or that'll come up the 14th.
At 3 o'clock.
Yes, afterwards. And then we'll be having CTSI will be joining us on that as well.
Mhm.
Okay, and if that's it, then we'll go ahead and move to adjourn, and the time is 2:37 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.